All right, we're back on the air live with The Truth is Viral. Yeah, I was just doing a little behind-the-scenes work. Pete's trying to give me a call, but he's having technical difficulties. I don't think they're making it that easy for us. I'm going to just finish eating my wife's oatmeal. She didn't eat a whole lot. While we're waiting for Pete, oh, got a message. All right, we're back on the air live with The Truth is Viral. Okay, where's that coming from? I was just, okay, I got it. Okay, good deal. Okie doke. Bundy Ranch Standoff, huh? Okay, then. While we're waiting for Pete, why don't we go back to the beginning? Not the very beginning, because the first two episodes that I uploaded how should I say this? Got me strikes on my account. This is a long time ago. But the reason being is, you know, they were too violent, too bloody. I guess YouTube isn't really geared for truth telling as much as we would like it to be. But this is really the first episode that I did where I started. Well, hold on, are we going to talk to Pete? Okay, he's trying to call. When he does, we will join him. But this we'll go ahead and assume that he's not going to be able to get to us now. So I'll go ahead and play this TTiV premiere episode. I was at the time a member of a forum called Above Top Secret. I'm no longer a member of Above Top Secret because I had too much truth to tell them. They had me go out and cover some stories, and I had The Truth is Viral published on Above Top Secret for a while. But when I started getting into the subject of FEMA camps, well, they just come up with some excuses to cut me off. So I don't go to Above Top Secret anymore. Do not recommend it. As a matter of fact, I found that they're closely linked with the NSA. I'll show you a graphic that I found showing that later. But you know, these days, one of my favorite news aggregators is Before It's News, and they've got a lot better selection than Above Top Secret. And you've got to sort through it to weed through the BS, but it's doable. I like Before It's News. There's some great guys over there. They've actually been very nice to me, and I appreciate that. So, this is the Truth is Viral premiere episode. Are we living in a dictatorship? I recorded this episode at the first Republican convention in Greenville, South Carolina, and I was able to speak with Herman Cain and Gary Johnson, the governor of New Mexico at the time, and we were talking about Anwar al-Awlaki. Some interesting things are going to be said here, so please pay attention to this.
From the presidential debate in Greenville, South Carolina, here's your host, Bob Powell.
I'm here at the Peace Center in Greenville, South Carolina. It's the scene of the first debate of the 2012 election cycle. The mood's pretty festive outside. We've got street bands playing off in the distance, a few street preachers spreading their message of salvation, But the big question tonight is, are any of the participants in tonight's debate going to be the salvation of the Republican Party? Participating in tonight's debate are Tea Party candidate Herman Cain, former New Mexico Governor Gary Johnson, former Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty, Pennsylvania Senator Rick Santorum, and Texas Congressman Ron Paul. Most of the GOP heavy hitters have decided to skip the debate tonight, but according to South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, that could be a big mistake, because South Carolina is the home of the first primary scheduled for the 2012 election year. And as she says, as South Carolina goes, so goes the nation.
Whoever wins the Republican nomination in South Carolina ends up winning the Republican nomination in the country. South Carolina's a supportive state for people get it. And I think what you saw in this first debate is just a tease. It is go time if they're in.
One of the favorite topics of conversation on Above Top Secret is the Bilderberg Group, and Chuck here was lucky enough to speak with former South Carolina Governor Mark Sanford about the subject.
Yeah, really. What's the story about King Philip's to destroy American sovereignty?
Oh, I got to talk to you about something.
I wish you would have reached it since you went there. You came out, you looked into the Bilderberg Group, and you came out and talked about what really happens there. It would make a big difference for America, sir. It would make a real difference. I'll shake your hand if you promise to look into the Bilderberg Group.
What do you have to say?
He said the Bilderberg Group was a bunch of washed-up hazmats, and really, the thing that I wanted to tell him the most was, hey, look, you say you're going to look into it, I'll shake your hand, and I'll take your word for it, which, you know, I take it lightly, but who cares about Miss Argentina when you're up there making plans for the overthrow of the United States government?
So is Mark Sanford supposed to be a member of the Bilderberg Group?
Well, he was invited, and he said he was invited by a man. He didn't give a name, but he said he was invited by a man. He chose to go, and he was one of two governors. There's two governors who fit to go every year. He was one of the two. And then the big scandal came.
I think there's a lot of intrigue and conspiracy theory on that one that really doesn't exist, at least based on my limited experience. And I can't speak for what's happened there over the years. I was invited by a friend. He said, you'll learn a lot. It was apparently originally set up after World War II to try and keep the link between Europe and America from the standpoint of keeping the conversation going. That's largely what went on. And so, I mean, with all due respect to conversation, there were a bunch of guys that thought they were smart, saying, hey, I think this or I think that, but right. I'm coming. And so I guess I'd say I never, regardless of who it's with the exception of maybe terrorists, I don't think conversation is a bad thing. None of these people had the keys to power. They're all folks that, well, that's not true. There were two senators there, and there were two governors. There was either a Republican governor and there was a Democratic governor. And so they talked about what was going to happen next in the relation with China, what was going to happen next in relation to Europe, what was going to happen next. And so I thought it was interesting. And so I understand that a lot of conservatives are very messed up. I called a number of friends and they called me and said, well, why'd you go? I said, well, a friend has. I didn't know there was such a big deal.
Yeah. If it was 100 and some of the Hollywood top-notch stars, the media would be swarming that place.
Right.
But this is 100 and some of the most powerful power brokers across the world.
But they're really not. I just, with all due respect to the
folks like David Rockefeller and
David Rockefeller's a yesterday's news kind of guy. I mean,
Henry Paulson was there, Ben Bernanke. I mean, that's some heavy hitters there. So
maybe they were.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, were they? Okay. Are you sure about that? I'm not trying to defend the group. I'm not, I went there once. It was interesting. I said, well, sure, it's a big deal. I ain't going again. It ain't that big a deal. But I would say that there is, just in fairness to that group, there's probably a lot of conspiracy theory that exists based on people being frightened about what they don't know. And I'm just saying.
The single whatever I was thinking about this evening, it was like you had that big scandal go on. But we were very good at control the media. Do you think we're blowing up that much? That's kind of, I just thought, it's just thought. But I'm kind of thinking that maybe he didn't join. Maybe they kind of got back at him.
Well, the Bilderberg Group doesn't control me. It doesn't control above top secret.
Yes, it does.
I'm standing here with Herman Cain. He's a big chief of the chief. And sir, I've got a question. Yes. Osama bin Laden was never charged in connection with 9/11. He's dead. Everybody's cheering. Okay. Then we've got Anwar al-Awlaki. That man is an American citizen.
All right, meanwhile, the Central Intelligence Agency wants him dead or alive, but apparently the American-born terrorist with ties to the 9/11 hijackers has been a guest of honor at the Pentagon. Julie Kurtz joins us from Washington. You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, here's what we know. Fox News has learned that Anwar al-Awlaki, the American Muslim cleric, remember him with a worldwide following, dined with military brass at the Pentagon within months of the 9/11 attacks. New documents obtained by Fox include an FBI interview conducted after the Fort Hood shootings. It states that al-Awlaki was taken to the Pentagon as part of the military's outreach to, quote, moderate Muslims, according to FBI documents. We do know that currently al-Awlaki is a high-priority target for the U.S. and the government of Yemen. He is connected to the 9/11 hijackers, the shootings at Fort Hood, and
The fact that Anwar al-Awlaki is an American citizen, yes, and that he's never been charged, much less convicted of a crime. He should be. But well, whether he should be or not is beside the point. He has not been charged and he has not been convicted in a court of law. He's an American citizen.
I agree. He should be charged. And since he's an American citizen, he should then be tried and found.
Do you think it's legal to issue a shoot-to-kill order? In his case?
In his case, no, because he's an American citizen. If he's an American citizen, which is the big difference, then he should be charged and he should be arrested and brought to justice.
Now, I'm standing here with New Mexico Governor Gary Johnson. I've got one question for you. In the case of Anwar al-Awlaki, that man is an American citizen.
Exactly.
He has never been charged with a crime, much less convicted of one. Yet President Obama has issued a shoot-to-kill order.
That is very troubling. Very troubling.
So, do you think that when the President of the United States issued an execution order on an American citizen without having been tried, do we live in a dictatorship now?
Well, what you point out is very troubling. Yes.
Would you say that the President can just executively order the murder of an American citizen without a trial to live in a dictatorship?
Well, the reality is that this is an American citizen and has not been tried or convicted of anything.
If you were in the White House today, how would you take care of yourself?
And I would be looking to apprehend Mr. al-Awlaki. I don't know what the evidence is. It's wrong. It's wrong. This is very troubling. Very troubling. The United States the United States citizen has not been tried.
I'm standing here with Fred Carter. He's another candidate.
Okay, nobody cares what Fred Carter has to say. As a matter of fact, his little press kit had a sticker on it that says Fred Who. Hi, you Tinkerbell. Come here, baby. I'm going to introduce you to the world. Hey, world. This is Tinkerbell. Well, Tinkerbell. Say hi, world. She likes to fetch bottle caps, but she will not do it on command, so she's never going to be on red eye. Yeah, you just go eat something there, cat. That's what you do. They eat and they poop. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral Live, folks. My name is Bob Powell, and this is an epic live broadcast because I'm going to continue broadcasting until I've raised enough money. Don't you go out there until I've raised enough money to get my scrawny little butt out to the Bundy Ranch in Nevada. So if you're watching this right now, you're probably at bobpowell.blogspot.com. If you look just to the right of the video player, you will see that PayPal button. Please click it. $5, $10, $20, $100, $500, anything that you can do to help get me out there can be greatly appreciated. We need to focus the attention of the entire world on this, or we will probably see another Waco or Ruby Ridge. We're waiting on Pete Santilli to give me a call, and as soon as he does, he's going to tell us about what happened out there the last couple of days. But you know, until then, and as we go along, I'm going to keep on, you know, talking about things that I haven't had the chance to talk about. You know, to create one of my 45-minute shows, it takes about 70 hours worth of work, and I just haven't had that kind of time here lately. As I said in the first hour, I really hadn't been that motivated. You guys want truth? Here's some truth for you. When we found out that Dylan's cancer had spread, when we thought that we had a handle on it, it pretty much crushed us both. She's been fighting so hard. Yeah, I'm taking care of her as best as I can. But I guess that's not good enough. Okay, now, right about now, I imagine there are at least 20 of you that are yelling at your computer screen. Get her on Rick Simpson's oil. Medical marijuana. Well, I'd love to. But there's a problem with that. And I'm going to explain it to you right now. See, well, I'll just let this video explain it for you. I'm getting kind of handy with this. This might work. This thing. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral. I'm your host, Bob Powell, and once again, I'm at the Relay for Life, the American Cancer Society 24-hour walkathon. And in this segment, I'd like to talk a little bit about medical marijuana as it applies to my wife's situation, because a lot of people have been suggesting that we try a thing called Rick Simpson's oil, which is basically distilled marijuana. They run a solvent through the marijuana and dislodge the THC from the leaves, and what comes out is basically this black paste, which is, I guess, nothing but pure THC. Now, I've read the research and seen the government studies that show that inhaled marijuana smoke will shrink lung cancer tumors by up to 50%, and that it also cures brain cancer. And I can't remember right off the top of my head, I think it's at least 13 states
they've legalized medical marijuana. So at a state level, it is legal. But here's the thing. Even if we could afford it, this stuff's $2,000 a tube. Okay, it's not covered by insurance. So we can't have anything that's not covered by insurance. When I started The Truth is Viral and started reporting my income of $200 a month, they cut $600 a month out of our benefits, including our Medicaid. Now, my wife got hers back. I still haven't gotten mine back, and I don't know that I ever will. But if it's not covered by insurance, we can't have it. And even though it is legal in the state of Michigan, medical marijuana is not covered by insurance. And even if we could afford this cure, let's call it that because the research suggests that's what it is. Even if we could afford it, my wife's pain doctor said that if he detects marijuana in her system, then he will stop prescribing her pain medication. Now, at first glance, that might make him seem like a real dick, but it's really not. It's not his fault, because the Drug Enforcement Administration under Barack Obama has increased the pressure on doctors, yanking their licenses to write prescriptions for federally controlled medications, which is just about everything. They can't take away their license to practice medicine, but they can take away their license to write a prescription, which is pretty much the same thing. There's only one doctor in northeastern Michigan, northern Michigan, that will write a prescription for medical marijuana, and that is the only thing that he can write a prescription for, because the feds yanked his license. Now, there's a difference, though, between medical marijuana and marijuana for recreational use. Now, as a libertarian, I don't care what people put in their bodies. If you want to smoke a joint, smoke a joint. If you want to drink alcohol, drink alcohol. But you better be prepared to live with the consequences thereafter. Okay? And there are consequences.
Yeah. Yep. Where in the world am I? It's showing video. Do I have, or showing audio? Do I have video? Dum, dum, dum. I've got 44 viewers. Don't go anywhere. I need you guys. I'm waiting for the, let's see, I've got this other monitor over here. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up so I don't even know if I'm broadcasting video or not. This is pretty bad. I should probably have practiced. Okay, yeah, we're working. I probably should have practiced working on a Google Hangout. But like I said in the first hour, when I first heard about this situation out at the Bundy Ranch, it hit me like a ton of bricks. It shook me out of this funk that I've been in for the last 6 weeks. Helped me to realize that I'm not the only person that's suffering. My wife's not the only person that's suffering. There are a lot of people out there that are suffering. We're nothing special. But, you know, I was thinking about the promise that I made to my daughter. Yeah, I just cannot. Lay down and die. As much as I want to, I can't. My wife depends on me. My kids depend on me. And I made a promise to my little girl. I made a promise to God that I would never again be ashamed to tell the truth, to share the message of the salvation that can be found in Jesus Christ as long as I've got breath in my body. So I've got a mission to complete. Unlike Alex Jones and other mainstream or alternative media journalists, I don't believe that we will ever get this country back. Not as a constitutional republic. Because the Bible says that the Antichrist will rise to power. There is nothing that you or I can do to stop that. What we can do, what we must do, and what we will do is save as many people along the way as we can. And hopefully along the way we'll win a few souls for Christ. As a matter of fact, I've received 3 letters from people telling me that watching my show has brought them to a closer relationship with Christ. I'm batting 750 so far. Lost 1, gained 3. Hope you don't mind if I do a little cleaning. This is going to be a different kind of Truth is Viral. Normally I would have a special guest and record the interview, spice it up with graphics, and upload it to YouTube. Well, today it's spend the day with Bobby. This is going to be an epic long broadcast because I want it to stay on the air. I can't say that I will. I'm going to try stay on the air until I get enough money to get my scrawny little butt up from Nevada. We need every person that can hear this message right now to make their way to Nevada, make their way to the Bundy Ranch, stand between the Bundys and a federal government run amok. This is a tyranny. What's going on in Nevada is wrong. This whole thing was planned by Harry Reid. We'll be proving that later. One of his aides has been instrumental in getting this whole thing set up. So, you know, he's got to have a back pocket deal for, you know, providing the mineral rights. Because that's what this whole thing's about, is the mineral rights underneath the Bundy's ranch. All a great big Agenda 21 depopulation program. They want to have these areas, move the people into the cities, have big corporate farms, places where there's nothing allowed except the extraction of minerals, and you know there'll be a lot of pollution. The devil wants to control this world. He wants to control every aspect of it because this is how he works. He's not like our Father in heaven. Our Father gives us free will. He lets us choose what we want to do. He lets us choose even if we want to worship him. Because that's the kind of God that we've got. We've got a Father who wants his children to want to love him. Our God doesn't need to threaten anybody. I'm going to cut your head off if you don't do what I say. But that's exactly what is coming with the Antichrist. If you, just like Islam, if you don't do exactly what the Antichrist says, he's going to cut your head off. So yeah, it's dangerous. I'm looking at a story right now. Let's check this out. Thank you to Bobby and Shell Ray for sending this my way. Okay. Nevada County Commissioner says cattle ranch supporters better have funeral plans. Well, doesn't this guy look like a real sweetheart? Clark County Commissioner Tom Collins, oh, he's named after a drink, gotta love it, has caused outrage by remarking that Utahns planning to travel to Nevada to support Cliven Bundy in his standoff against the feds better have funeral plans. The comments were revealed by Darren Bushman, a Paiute County, Utah commissioner, after he spoke with Collins about Utah ranchers and his colleagues on the county commission, complaining about tactics used by the Bureau of Land Management agents during their seizure of Bundy's cattle in southern Nevada. I was told by Commissioner Collins of Clark County, Nevada, that all of us folks from Utah are a bunch of inbred bastards, and if we are coming to Clark County, Nevada to support Cliven Bundy, we had all better have funeral plans. We should turn our asses around, mind our own effing business. Now, there's some classy leadership for you, wrote Bushman on his official Facebook page. After the story was picked up by the Las Vegas Review-Journal, Bushman responded to the controversy by posting on Facebook, "I guess I've made an enemy in Las Vegas." The commissioner also lambasted Clark County Sheriff Douglas Gillespie as being too spineless to exercise his jurisdiction. Earlier this week, Cliven Bundy called on Sheriff Gillespie to start arresting BLM feds on charges of trespassing and theft. Collins' remarks were made in the context of him fearing that protests against the BLM could turn violent, which is ironic given that the only person invoking direct violence is Collins himself. "I'm trying to do everything I can to discourage anybody who tells me they're coming here with loaded guns," Collins said. "I am going to tell them not to come," adding, "The Bundys want peace. They don't want any violence going on, so all these gun-packing folks just need to go home." Clark County Commissioners will hold a meeting next week to discuss issues of decorum. In response to Collins' comments, it's unclear whether or not any action will be taken. And just by way of giving proper credit, that article was written by Paul Joseph Watson of InfoWars. So, better make funeral plans, huh? It's actually not a bad idea. Because anybody that thinks that this is a joke has got another thing coming. These people have snipers following the moves of the Bundy family and the protesters. And they're not, I'm willing to bet that they're not even Bureau of Land Management employees. I'm going to show you this video that Pete Santilli recorded the other day. And I'm going to show you something very interesting that I noticed about these Bureau of Land Management employees, these alleged Bureau of Land Management employees. And I hate Windows 8. I really do. All right, here we go.
Should I speak to a supervisor? I have an important concern.
I'm sure you do, Pete. I know you're not bullshitting. You're an awesome guy. All right. Let me get this video where you can see it. Here we go.
Could I speak to a supervisor? Sir? Could I speak with a supervisor?
Okay, I would like for you folks to take a very good look at that so-called Bureau of Land Management employee. Do you notice that full beard? I went to the Bureau of Land Management site. And I did some looking. Turns out that they've only got a total of 270 employees. 70 rangers and 200 regular Bureau of Land Management officers. There are over 200 men around the Bundy Ranch right now. So if we're to take the Bureau of Land Management at their word, every single one of their employees is around the Bundy Ranch. Every single one. But I'm not taking the Bureau of Land Management at their word. And I'm not taking them at their word because of this man right here. And there's another guy too. They have beards. Federal guidelines do not allow for facial hair for a federal employee. You ever seen a FBI agent with a beard? Ever seen a DEA agent with a beard? Have you ever seen a state trooper with a beard? No, folks. These are private contractors. We're talking about Halliburton, XE, KBR. This is part of Obama's private army. Remember the one that he wanted to be as powerful as the United States military? What he's done is he's hired every ex-military psychopath that he could find. Every high school dropout that he could find. Gave him guns, gave him dogs, and he turned them loose on the people of the United States. Let's finish watching this video. This is just to make you sick.
you stay with me. Stay with me. Put that thing here, right here. They throw me on my aunt, dude. Listen to me. You stay right with me. You stay right with me. They threw me on my aunt. Listen to me. Cousin 3 times. Listen to me. Stay right with me. Huh? We got a video. Who's the aggressor here? Who's the aggressor? Listen, let it go. I'm not turning it on. Let it go. Seriously. Don't give me satisfaction. Stay with me. Okay? Listen to me. You're looking back at me. It's my fault. Don't give me satisfaction. You know it's my family. I know that, guys. Listen to me. Stay with me. Let's fighting for the students. This is America. That's fucked up. Listen to me. You get on the record. I want you to talk to me right now. Yeah. Back up, okay? I want you to tell the American public what you just saw, dude. All right? I want you to tell them. What did you just say? Enemy aggressors. This is the road I grew up on. 1359 Riverside Road, Highway 170, Nevada. And I just saw federal agents throw my aunt on the ground. I saw my cousin get tased 3 times. I saw him pull dogs and sick it on a pregnant woman. Right now, just now, it's happening as we speak. Because we had a couple questions. I got hit by multiple vehicles because I wanted a couple questions. They hit me with their mirrors. I got hit with that dump truck. This is America, and they are the aggressors. We're not the aggressors. You know what, kid? Hey, can we stop? Sir, can we stop those vehicles right there? No, I'll back up. Hey, you know what? No. No. Your court order does not allow. What is it? We're killing a cow. No BLM! No BLM! No BLM! No BLM! No BLM! What are you doing with the backhoes? That's all we want to know. What are you doing with the backhoes? That's all we want to know, dude. Who's got the A-horse? Who's got bloody on this? I left my pocket knife at home. Who's got the guns? Comply with the order. Yes, sir. Comply with the order. Come here. Come with me. Comply with their orders. You understand? That's where you get in trouble. Come with me. Come here. Huh? No, I know, but you have to. You don't give me satisfaction.
I don't. They gotta see my face.
You are motherfucking pussy.
Chicken shit roll, go before us. Go that way. Yeah, we know they should take that. The chicken shits are hiding around and take that road. Drop the middle truck, gas is fine. You need to leave now.
We're done. Hey, you're not done, dude. You're not done. Get out of here. You're done when you say you're done. You losers. Big American hero. We don't mean any harm, bro. We don't mean any harm. Oh, I was saying back. I don't mean any harm. I'm just recording your brutality. Sorry for your safety. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You're asking the questions. They're dying because they're mama. They're
You didn't get your Hey! Who threw the woman?
No, it was Margaret. That was Margaret. So he threw on the ground. What the heck, cancer? She's cancer. She's been
Get out of here. Pull back. That's right, baby. That's right. BLM. Go away. BLM. Go away. BLM.
Okay, now folks, that can be repeated. BLM go away. We just need enough bodies to put in between the Bundys and the feds. I'm willing to put my body there. I need you to send me. I need you to visit that PayPal button on the right, click it, and donate whatever you can, $5, $10, $15, $20, $100, $500. It's going to cost about $1,000 to get out there and pay somebody $60 a day to stay with my wife because she needs to be taken care of. So, but I'm only going to be out there for about 5 days. I've got to get back here for my own drama. I really feel sorry for these folks because we're all caught between a rock and a hard place. That Nevada County Commissioner said to the Utah people, "You're going to die. You might as well make your funeral plans." This is what they want to do to us. This is just the beginning. The Bundys have lived on that ranch, farming it, raising cattle for 150 years, long before the Bureau of Land Management ever existed. And as a result of, a lawsuit filed by some left-wing environmental group, I'm looking to see who exactly filed that lawsuit. So how much you want to bet it's backed by Mr. Agenda 21 himself, Mr. George Soros? That's where my money is laying. But yeah, they want to take us out. And this Bundy Ranch thing is just the beginning. We've got to let them know that we're not going to stand by. Yeah, I've already said that I don't believe that the United States is going to be a world power in the coming days. I know that we'll never again be a constitutional republic because, well, the Bible says the Antichrist is going to take power. This might sound kind of weird, but I'm kind of hoping. See, the Antichrist is not omnipotent. He's not God. He's not even Satan. He's got to move people to do his will. He can't snap his fingers and make things happen. So we can stand in his way. We can save people. We can save their lives. And hopefully we can save their souls. But we've got work to do. I've let you guys down over the past 6 weeks. I've been so wrapped up in my own little tragedy that I had forgotten about everybody else. Well, that's not the kind of person that I am. I will give my life for an innocent. Don't particularly want to. Who wants to die? But I can think of a lot worse ways to go than standing up for freedom, standing up for the rule of law. Just doing the right thing. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? The people that we are fighting have lost their souls. They probably sold their souls to gain the power and the celebrity that they've craved. What about us? What about you? I know what I'm going to do, but what are you going to do? Will you at least share the truth is viral? Will you tell other people that what's going on? Send them my way. Let me educate them. Will you donate to this cause? If I can get out there and do more, I can save more people. I can go out and bring you the news. And I'm pretty good at it too. While we're waiting for Pete Santilli to call, I just got a message. He's experiencing some kind of major technical difficulties. Let's go to one of my better pieces. This is the story of what happened in Libya to Muammar Gaddafi. And during this this show that I'm going to play right now, you're going to hear some very horrifying things. You're going to see some pretty bad things too. But it's all true. Every bit of it. And I published this episode just a few days after Muammar Gaddafi had been killed. And the facts that I presented in this episode are just now coming to light in the congressional hearings over Benghazi. Before his body was cold, I knew that Christopher Stevens was running guns from Libya to Syria. That's why he was killed. Ansar al-Sharia in Libya didn't want to give up their weapons to Ansar al-Sunna in Syria, or al-Nusra, the al-Nusra front in Syria. But they're all al-Qaeda. They're all Obama's buddies. You know, he's from a Sunni Muslim family. The al-Qaeda is Sunni Muslim. So he's got that pedigree. So right now, I'll go ahead and play this. And if Pete calls in the meantime, I will interrupt it. But you need to watch this. You need to watch it very carefully, because what happened in Libya was wrong. Whether you like Muammar Gaddafi or not, what happened to him was wrong. It was a crime against humanity. And it was perpetrated by Barack Hussein Obama in our name, using our tax dollars. He declared war on a sovereign country that had done nothing to us. Muammar Gaddafi had forsworn terrorism. He was actually a partner in the war on terror. Well, let me go ahead and play this for you, and you'll see for yourself. Now, I repackaged this and republished it just recently, because when in this first little segment, I've got as a result of what I'm doing, I'm getting followed quite frequently by government agents in black Humvees, and then I caught one of them on video. You're gonna like this. This one.
Okay, I was willing to let one black Humvee following me go, but I stopped at the post office and I'm picked up again by the same one. So that's just too much of a coincidence. I can't really work the camera real well and drive at the same time, so I'll just try to keep it on. take him to the power company, see if he'll pay my electric bill for me. That's a good shot of you, buddy. Still think I'm kidding?
Places you don't talk about in parties. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Keep that frequency clear.
Renounce conspiracies and made that something that should not be even entertained for a minute. That powerful people might get together and have a plan. Doesn't happen. You're a kook. You're a conspiracy fuck.
You're watching The Truth is Viral, the only news program on the internet trusted to deliver the truth since 2008. And now, here's your host, Mr. Bobby Powell.
Welcome back to The Truth is Viral. I'm your host, Bob Powell. And I get followed every now and then. It's rather disconcerting, but, you know, what am I going to do? I'm obviously on their radar. And a big reason for that is this episode that I published right here. It's arguably the best investigative work that I've ever done. And it's also one of the least viewed of my episodes. And the reason for that is that when I released it, I only had 300 subscribers here on YouTube. And now that number has exploded to near 15,000. That's a heavy armored division, folks. And I depend on you to get this information out there because I have exclusive information in this episode of The Truth is Viral coming from a NATO spokesman who told me on the record that the reason that Barack Obama gave for invading Libya, that Muammar Gaddafi was about to gas these innocent protesters, was an absolute lie. And NATO knew it. And they went along with it. So, yeah, this is a very explosive episode of The Truth is Viral. And I want to take a second here and ask you to share it. Share it everywhere that you can, because the facts that I reported just days after Muammar Gaddafi's death are just now coming out in the mainstream media. There are facts in this episode that will blow your mind. You wouldn't believe how incredibly powerful you people are. By sharing this information, you are saving lives. The dirt that has gone on in the name of the American people is astonishing. The murders, the innocent lives taken by drone strikes and cluster bombs. My God. I'm a blood and guts Marine, but that violence should be focused. It should be focused at an enemy. What happened in Libya was wrong. And you need to wake your friends and neighbors up to what's going on in their name, because their tax dollars are now being given to the very same Al-Qaeda terrorists, Abdel Hakim al-Assadi and Abdel Hakim Belhaj, that overthrew Muammar Gaddafi. They're in Syria now, fighting with the Free Syrian Army. It's just a viper's nest of Al-Qaeda terrorists, and your tax dollars are going to support that. We have to stop that, and the only way to do that is for you to share this show. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral. My name is Bob Powell, and this week I'm going to take you on a very strange journey. It starts in Doha, Qatar, and ends in Tripoli, Libya. And let me tell you something, folks. Along the entire way, we've been lied to. by every media outlet in the world, practically. If it's a mainstream media outlet, you can pretty much guarantee that they're lying on this one. Because, you know, it seems like they live in opposite land, or maybe we do. Or maybe we're all living in George Orwell's novel 1984, where war is peace, and freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. So yeah, we've been sold a bill of goods. I've never been a big fan of Muammar Gaddafi, but what happened here was wrong. There was no popular revolution in Libya. By and large, the people of Libya had absolutely nothing to complain about. They had the highest standard of living in Africa, and with benefits including $500 a year that comes from oil revenue deposited directly into their bank accounts, a $50,000 gift to newlyweds, a free and compulsory education, equal rights for women and minorities, interest-free loans, free housing. I find it interesting to note here that Gaddafi swore that every Libyan would be housed before his own parents were. His father died before Gaddafi kept that promise, but he was finally able to move his mother into a new home because he had finally housed every other Libyan in the country. And those homes had free electricity. The people that lived in those homes benefited from free universal health care. If they wanted to be a farmer, well, you got a free farm and the seed to go along with it to start you off. And gasoline was 14 cents a gallon, and the government would pay for half the cost of your car. Under Muammar Gaddafi, the literacy rate rose from 10% to 90% during his term in office. In just one generation, he brought knowledge and literacy to an entire country. I don't care who you are. You've got to admire that. And then there's the universal health care. If there was something that wasn't available in Libya and a Libyan citizen needed to have a certain type of health care that wasn't available there, well, the government would ship you off to another country where that treatment was available and that they'd pay for it. There is no denying at least one very popular achievement of the Libyan government. The $33 billion GMMR, the Great Man-Made River Project, which brought water to the desert by building the largest and most expensive irrigation project in history. The GMMR provides 70% of the population with water for drinking and irrigation, and it literally made the desert bloom. Now, I don't know what he was doing, but obviously the man was doing something right, especially when you consider the fact that he was able to do all of this for his people on his own dime. That's right, Libya carried no foreign debt. He used his country's oil wealth to pay for everything and never paid a foreign bank a single penny in interest. The banksters didn't like that. We'll get to that later, too. We were told before the Iraq War that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. We were told that we had to intervene, or one day he was going to nuke one of our cities. Do you remember that? I remember.
We cannot wait for the final proof. The smoking gun. It could come in the form of a mushroom cloud.
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction, were there?
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere.
Yeah, that President Bush, he just cracks me up. He's a real jolly joker, real funny guy. I'll touch on that later, too. So why did we go to war with Iraq? Bush knew that he was lying about the WMD, so he must have had another reason. I'm putting my money on two reasons. One of them was very personal.
After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time.
And he not only wanted to kill the man that tried to kill his father, he wanted to protect the oil wealth that the Bush family had been building up for many, many years, too. Now, let's not forget about that. Now, back in 2000, Saddam Hussein had announced that he wanted to start selling his oil in euros instead of dollars, which is the standard currency for OPEC nations that sell their oil. Well, that's where the banksters come in. They just couldn't let that happen because every dollar that's printed comes from the Federal Reserve. Arab nations accept those dollars in payment for their oil, but where do you think that the money is redeposited? Where do the Arabs bank? That's right, they bank at the Federal Reserve Bank in New York.
The United States intervened secretly in 1973 when OPEC was evaluating this proposal to say, please don't do that. And they were talking to Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and saying, why don't you sell these in dollars only? And they're working closely with the British on this. And we will, it's sort of a quid pro quo, we will protect you, we will sell you military arms, we will keep you in power. as long as you keep selling oil in dollars. Even the CIA didn't know about it at first, neither did Congress. But after the fact, it was a fait accompli. It was done. So ever since then, for the last 31 years, the dollars that OPEC gets flows back to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. After the petrodollar recycling system was implemented, 70% of Saudi Arabia's entire wealth was in one account in the Federal Reserve of New York. And that implemented a system where we kept the Saudis in power, they got rich, and we had an unlimited credit card.
I've got to say it's a pretty slick scam that they've got going there. You know, Libya has been on the hit list of the powers that be for a long time. Let's listen to General Wesley Clark.
He said, he pulled up a piece of paper off his desk. He said, I just got this memo from the Secretary of Defense's office that says we're going to attack and destroy the governments in 7 countries in 5 years. We're going to start with Iraq, and then we're going to move to Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. I said, 7 countries in 5 years. I said, is that a classified memo? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me. He was about to show it to me. He said, because I want to talk about it.
And making the same mistake that Saddam made a decade ago, Gaddafi gave the banksters the excuse they were looking for. He told them to take their dollars and shove them where the sun doesn't shine. He announced that he would no longer accept dollars or even euros as payment for his country's oil. He wanted real gold. He wanted dinars in exchange for the black gold that he had. And with that, Gaddafi sealed his own fate. On February 23rd, special forces from 3 NATO nations arrived in Libya, France, Britain, and the United States. They began to arm and train these rebels that were based in Benghazi. Advanced forces from the Gulf Cooperation Council, consisting mainly of Qatari soldiers, set up shop in the Nafusa Mountains, Benghazi, and eventually Tripoli to train the rebels. But just who are these rebels? Well, they come from eastern Libya. That's where the revolution began, and has been a hotbed for al-Qaeda terrorists for years. Many of the terrorists from that region went abroad to wage jihad against the United States in Iraq and Afghanistan, only to come home to Libya to be jailed by Gaddafi for belonging to the LIGF, the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, a terrorist group that Gaddafi had put down years earlier. At least he thought he had put them down. Yes, he was mistaken. That's right, you heard me correctly. Muammar Gaddafi, the man that we've been told was a terrorist, all of these years was also an active partner in the war on terror. His jails were filled with al-Qaeda terrorists, including these 2 men, Abdul Hakim Belhaj and Abdel Hakim al-Asidi. Al-Asidi was captured near Peshawar, Pakistan, where he was fighting coalition forces. After his capture, he was turned over to the U.S., where he spent time as a guest of the CIA before being turned over to the Libyans to rot in their jails for a while. Now, Belhaj is a little bit different. He's an old-school jihadist, a real OG. He fought alongside Osama bin Laden, along with scores of other fighters from the LIFG during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And that's how far back his al-Qaeda ties go. He was also captured and held for a time in a secret prison, a special CIA prison in Malaysia, before he was sent to Libya to languish there as well. Belhaj and al-Asidi were freed earlier this year, along with 240 other Islamic militants, at the exact same time that foreign intelligence operatives were landing in eastern Libya by Muammar Gaddafi's son Saif in an attempt at reconciliation.
Among them are leaders of the al-Qaeda-linked Libyan Islamic Fighting Group. In total, 214 prisoners linked to militant groups were set free in a key milestone for Libya's program of reconciliation with militants who killed dozens of soldiers and police in the 1990s.
So now that the commanders have been placed in the field, all they need are troops. Where better than to find a bunch of scumbag terrorists than a prison?
Well, remember this from Wednesday? Anti-Gaddafi rebels freed a prison in Tripoli. Today, CNN has learned that among those liberated, inmates are hundreds of men who are believed to be supporters of al-Qaeda. They're now on the loose.
By now, the revolution was picking up steam, with a literal army of al-Qaeda terrorists and supporters on the ground. However, the Libyan leader was successfully dealing with the uprising and was pushing the rebels back until March 19th, when NATO, in response to mainstream media allegations of atrocities being committed by the Gaddafi regime, began raining cruise missiles and laser-guided bombs down on the country. In the video we're watching now, a NATO cluster bomb munition hits an area densely populated by civilians. Cluster bombs near civilians? Really? What in the hell were you guys thinking? Whatever happened to precision munitions? We'll get back to the tactics in this war in just a minute. Right now, I'd like to point out an oddity. What do you suppose would be a major priority for an insurgent force that's trying to overthrow government? Securing weapons, maybe. Planning strategy. Pushing the fight forward? That's what I'd do. What would you say if I told you that one of the first things that these rebels did before NATO started helping them was to open up a central bank? That's right. The very same day that NATO got involved, and long before any victory was assured, these CIA and MI6 trained Al-Qaeda rebels opened up a central bank and a new national oil company. The supposed ragtag revolutionaries announced the formation of the Libyan Oil Company as supervisory authority on oil production and policies in the country, based temporarily in Benghazi, and the appointment of an interim director general of the company. The council also said it designated the Central Bank of Benghazi as a monetary authority competent in monetary policies in Libya, and the appointment of a governor to the Central Bank of Libya, with a temporary headquarters in Benghazi. Writing for the website economicpolicyjournal.com, economist Robert Wenzel stated, "Here's one for the Guinness Book of World Records. This suggests that we're having a bit more than a ragtag bunch of rebels running around, and that they have some pretty sophisticated influences. I have never before heard of a central bank being created in just a matter of weeks out of a popular uprising. This continues to look like a major oil and money play, with the true disaffected rebels being used as puppets in cover as the oil money and transfers take place." Now, by late June, the rebels were pushing down from the Nafusa Mountains to towns in the foothills, which was allowing them to gain control of the strategically important roadways that link Tripoli with Tunisia, which was Gaddafi's main source of supplies. It's important to note here that those bases in the Nafusa Mountains were the staging area for the Qatari troops, who were part of the GCC contingent based out of Doha, along with troops from the United Arab Emirates. They had been training there alongside Al-Qaeda terrorists for months, with Qatari weapons brought in on fishing boats.
We believe France still supplies weapons to the rebels, and today the Libyan rebels, whom we captured in these two boats, admitted that the whole operation was carried out with the coordination between them, the Qatari army, and NATO ships in the Mediterranean Sea.
After several more months of NATO bombardment, Gaddafi's forces were surrounded by rebel forces and getting pounded from the air every time they tried to make a move. Finally, on October 20th, an 80-vehicle convoy carrying Muammar Gaddafi attempted to escape the city of Sirte, where he'd been holed up. They broke through the inner cordon of Al-Qaeda and Qatari troops, but before they could get away, the convoy was attacked by French fighter planes and a Predator drone that was being flown from Las Vegas, Nevada.
What we can certainly say to you is we didn't target the convoy believing Gaddafi was in it. It was a convoy of vehicles, military vehicles, maneuvering in the vicinity of Sirte, heading in a particular direction, were armed to the teeth, which was engaged by NATO aircraft yesterday. Okay, yesterday, 08:30 local time. There was a strike, convoy was disrupted, a number of the vehicles heading off in a different direction, that was then struck again, it was disrupted. We then, obviously at some delay, see the events that unfolded on the TV screens.
The whole world watched as the videos poured onto the internet. We watched as Muammar Gaddafi was dragged out of a drainage culvert. We watched as he was beaten. We watched as he was abused and even sodomized by his captors. He was paraded around on the hood of a truck like a 10-point buck on the last day of hunting season. He was dragged through the streets and beaten some more, and then he was murdered. I was watching one of the videos of Gaddafi's capture, where I saw a user had made mention of the fact that the rebels that surrounded Gaddafi, the ones that were ripping a now defenseless 70-year-old man to shreds, were wearing the uniforms of the Qatari army, whose camouflage pattern is distinct from the patterns of the other countries in the Middle East. I wondered what the hell Qatari troops were doing there in the first place. I thought this was a NATO operation. So what were GCC troops doing involved? I was curious to see if those really were Qatari troops, so I forwarded the video to a couple of people I know that live in the Middle East. They confirmed that the men were in fact wearing Qatari uniforms. That can be explained, I suppose, by the 18 plane loads worth of supplies that the Qataris had flown into the rebels. But the fact that they were speaking Arabic with a Qatari accent is a bit harder to reconcile with the fact that they were really rebels. So now I'll tie it all together. The U.S. Central Command is located in Doha, Qatar. That alone should speak volumes. After he was released from prison by Saif's Gaddafi, guess who turned up at the Doha Libyan contact group as one of the participants who was to help chart Libya's future? If you guessed old school AQ terrorist Abdul Belhaj, close associate of Iraqi al-Qaeda leader Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, and former guest of the CIA, then you have guessed correctly. Ding, ding, ding. He and his buddy Abdel Hakim al-Hasidi are now ranking members of the new Libyan National Transitional Council. That's right, the CIA is responsible for putting the worst possible scum in the world in charge of Libya. I can say that they are the worst possible scum with conviction, because I've seen the aftermath of their campaign of terror as they ravaged the Libyan landscape. And now you will too. If you have a weak stomach, then turn off the video. If you have children in the room, tell them to leave, because what's coming up next is disturbing. As they went terrorizing around Libya, these rebels have waged a brutal, racist campaign of genocide against black Libyans and black guest workers from other African countries. Not even light-skinned Libyans who have sheltered their black friends and neighbors are free from reprisals. The signature al-Qaeda beheading is usually the price they pay for being black. Don't forget to go to the blog at bobpowell.blogspot.com and subscribe there too. And on Google+, add me to your circle so that when I have an update, you'll be first to know what's new with Truth is Real. And while you're there at the blog, if you have the financial ability, please donate to the cause, because everything that I do is paid for by you. I can't afford to do any of this stuff on my disability alone. It's $600 a month, and it's barely enough to live on. So if I do anything with the show, it's with your help and your support. Don't forget to keep us in your prayers. We've got a lot of issues, but we're working through them as best we can. Staying strong and with faith in the Lord. Thank you so much for your prayers. And you know that really means the most to us. Keep us covered in prayer. It's just awesome. I can't believe the love and support that we get from you guys. So, you know, all the evil stuff that I see my goodness too. Not even children are immune to the atrocities being committed by these al-Qaeda rebels. Well, I guess they're not rebels anymore. They're in charge of the government now. In a scene harking back to the Crusades, this young boy was impaled on a metal pole by the advancing al-Qaeda terrorists. Let's just call them that. What his crime was, we'll never know. What the hell kind of people are these? Do we really want these people in charge of Libya? Look at what we've done. My God, I have never been so ashamed of my government as I am today. Muammar Gaddafi was no saint, but in his 41 years as the ruler of Libya, he never came close to the level of brutality that has been displayed since this fake revolution was started by the banksters in the CIA. Compared to what we've just witnessed, Gaddafi was right up there along with Mother Teresa and Gandhi. And with an Islamist government waiting in the wings, the future for ordinary Libyans is looking pretty doggone dim. You know, it's true that he was a thorn in the side of the West for years. But in recent years, Gaddafi had given up terrorism, and he had halted the WMD programs altogether. Anymore, he was not much more than a minor annoyance.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there because I want you to pay very close, very special attention to what this NATO official tells me on the record about the United States intervention in Libya. Watch the screen because documentation that I uncovered also shows what I'm trying to say. Watch this very carefully. This is probably one of the reasons I'm being followed all the time, because they don't like me telling the truth. They really don't. Let's go back to this video.
Part of the issue with Gaddafi was he was very demonstrably drawing down his old WMD capability. Now that the raw materials were there, and those needed to be secured, but there was, I remember, and in fact I talked to a journalist who was there for a long time through the summer, and he was saying there was nothing weaponized because they very deliberately stopped that program and were kind of in the process of disposing of it all. So we've got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, Muammar Gaddafi was no saint, but neither was he the monster that the mainstream media has been portraying him as since last February. So who's going to protect the members of Gaddafi's tribe? The people that supported him, or the hundreds of thousands of black Libyans from the genocide that's being waged now by the new ruling class? I guess it doesn't matter now, because the banksters have their bank. So before I go throw up, I'm going to share one more clip with you. This video is of Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and it was taken candidly. She didn't know that the camera was rolling. This is what she said at the moment it was confirmed that Muammar Gaddafi had been killed.
We confirmed it. Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
She thinks this is funny. No real feeling human being would make jokes about a defenseless old man, regardless of what he'd done in the past, has been shot in both legs so that he can't escape, then brutalized, sodomized, and beaten nearly to death until somebody mercifully offed him, one in the chest, one in the head. And Hillary's not the only cold-blooded reptilian slinking around the offices of the White House these days. After he killed Al-Awlaki and his 16-year-old son a few weeks ago, President Obama decided he's got jokes too.
But boys don't get any ideas. I have two words for you: predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Remember the Bush clip from before? Well, he can get in on this too.
Those weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. Oh, no weapons over there. Maybe under here. Oops, this photo wasn't supposed to be in here. This is a Skull and Bone secret signal. I like this next picture a lot. It's hard to get Rumsfeld to laugh, but when he does, boy, it is worth it.
What kind of psychopaths do we have running our government? Are they mentally damaged in some way that they can joke about the suffering of anybody, much less when they start a war for no reason that takes the lives of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people? They laugh, they make jokes. You need to do something about this, people. I told you you wouldn't believe it. You'll never see any of that in the mainstream media, but it's all absolutely 100% true. I got the words right out of the horse's mouth, so you read from a nameless spokesman. So there's no denying it. There was no legitimate reason for the United States or NATO to go to war in Libya. That whole thing was nothing but a lie. And we need to share this information, folks. I don't mind walking point, but I need you to have my 6 and my flanks. I need you to share this on Twitter, put it on Facebook, put it on Reddit. Speaking about Facebook, when you put it on there, don't just put it on your own timeline. Put it in each of the groups that you belong to. You wouldn't believe how incredibly powerful you people are. How incredibly powerful a tool the internet is. We can get this information out there, and maybe we can stop these murders that are being committed in our name. The very same Al-Qaeda terrorists that overthrew Muammar Gaddafi, Belhaj, and al-Assadi are in Syria right now, fighting with the Free Syrian Army, with funds and training courtesy of Barack Hussein Obama. They're wiping out entire Christian villages. You don't see this on the mainstream media because they're all complicit in it. I mean, sure, they'll touch on it, but they don't go into the horrors of what is really happening in Syria right this very minute. Christians are being beheaded for their faith. They're being crucified. Men, women, children being torn apart. Their heads being used as soccer balls. I can't show you most of the stuff that I've seen on YouTube. But if you really want, there are shock sites out there, places that haunt my dreams, where you can see exactly what's going on. All you got to do is Google it and have the guts to watch. But I wouldn't recommend it. It'll put a black mark on you. A heavy burden to know how cruel men can be to one another. And this insane cruelty is being paid for with your tax dollars. Why don't you do something about it? At the very least, share this show in every way that you can. Don't forget to subscribe to The Truth is Viral on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter at The Truth is Viral. Go to the Truth is Viral forum at ttiv.foreignmotion.com. My Marine brother Jimmy is doing an awesome job keeping that place up to date. I'll put it up on against any forum on the internet. Subscribe to the blog at bobpowell.blogspot.com, and then if you are financially able, donate to this mission, because they're taxing me pretty heavily. Well, my disability benefits are just about gone. The more I report, the less I get. Well, and as it should be. I'm just starting to be able to make a living with this, be able to pay my bills, and that's all I care about. It really is. Just be able to put some food on the table and keep the lights on. We've never had a fancy lifestyle. I don't see any reason to change that now. So, all the money that is donated to the show does go into the show. Like that technology that I bought that allows me to broadcast live from anywhere. That's going to come into it's going to come in very handy this spring. Major General Paul Valley is calling for a march on Washington, D.C. And I know it's been tried before, but we've got to keep on trying. We've got to keep on trying.
Yeah, buddy, we have got to keep on trying. And I am going to keep on trying. If it costs me my life, I will remember my promise to my daughter and to my God to save lives and win souls for Christ in these very last days. So if you're here right now and you were expecting a live coverage of the standoff at the Bundy Ranch and you saw an episode on Libya, let me explain to you what's going on. This is a marathon of sorts. It's a fundraiser because I need to get out to the Nevada Ranch, to the Bundy Ranch in Nevada. And I will put my body in between the federal government and and those brave cattle ranchers. I'm not going armed. There are militia there, but I'm not going armed. If they kill me, they'll kill me for no damn good reason. Maybe it'd be a mercy, I don't know. But we shall see. Anyway, I'm going to keep this stream going. This is going to be interesting because I'm going to take you guys out with me now. Only it's going to change a little bit because I've figured out a way that I can continue to broadcast live on YouTube. At least I think I figured it out. We'll see if it works or not. While I'm on the road, there's something wrong with Alpina. The hotspot that I bought works outside of town, but it doesn't work in town. So I can't do video, but I can do audio, I think. Let's give this a try and see how it works. Okay. How would you rate the overall quality of this call? It sucked. Okay, now that we know that I can get audio, we got feedback, let's go ahead and set that up. See, what I've got to do is I've got to run to the pharmacy real quick and pick up my wife's prescription. And if Kathy Rubio is watching this show, yes, sweetheart, I'm fine. Kind of busy at the moment. I will call you later. Kathy Rubio is the host of a news program called Heads Up Warriors. If you haven't checked that out, it might be a good idea. She's a very nice older lady. She's strong in the Lord, and she's doing great work. Pete Santilli, the Guerrilla Media Network, they're doing an awesome job. Gary Franchi at the Next News Network. Boy, do I wish I had his funding. Can you imagine the damage that I could do if I had his kind of money? Before It's News, we're in a new partnership with Before It's News, and these guys always have the latest news. Some of it's bull. Okay, I'm not going to pull your chain. Don't believe everything that you read on Before It's News. Matter of fact, don't believe everything that you read anywhere. Come on, use some common sense, use your discretion, and do a little bit of research. I'm on my computer from the moment I wake up until the time I go to bed, and I'm using it to learn, and I share what I learn with you. That's what journalists do. So yeah, it'll take me just a little while to do this thing. Let me set up my graphic. Thank you for bearing with me. Yeah, this is a different type of The Truth is Viral. Normally it takes me about 70 hours to put together a 45-minute show, but we don't really have time for that, not while we're on the fly. And where am I? There I am. Should I use the smiling picture or not? Yeah, let's use the smiling picture. Okay, let me set up my graphic. Maybe it'll work. Let's see. Yes, it does work. All right, I'm going to put this graphic up there, and I'm going to call my own computer on Skype, and we're going to continue this show. Now, don't forget to share this with everybody that you know. Let them know what's going on. Let them know that we will be covering the Bundy Ranch Showdown as we get updates from Pete Santilli, who's on the ground now in Bunkerville, Nevada. He's putting his body on the line. Brave individual, that Pete Santilli. Some people have said bad things about him. Well, those folks don't have any idea what they're talking about. I've known Pete Santilli for almost 2 years now, and we don't agree on everything, okay? But men of goodwill, can disagree on things without having to come to blows, without calling each other names, and just generally being nasty. I've seen Pete in the last year become a lot more spiritual as he has seen events in the Bible coming true, as he's seen the prophecies mentioned in the book of Daniel and in Isaiah and Revelation come true. He says he's a lapsed Catholic. Well, I don't care what any denomination people care to ascribe to themselves, because I'm going to tell you one more truth before I head out on the road here. We are all children of Almighty God. Every single one of us. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, red, brown, male, female, gay, straight, undecided. God loves you. And he's waiting for you to realize that. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. Any man that lets me in, I'll sup with him. Christ is knocking at your door right now. What are you going to do about it? If you haven't given your life to Christ yet, you need to get down on your knees and do it now. I'm not a preacher or anything like that. Don't know my Bible nearly as well as I should. But I do know enough to know that we are in the very last days. We are running out of time, my friends. You are running out of time. The people that you love are running out of time. I would spare you the grief. Somebody that you love leaving this world without knowing Christ. Because I've got to live with it every day. I am not going to add one more body to that count. The mission of The Truth is Viral, our stated mission, is to save lives and win souls for Jesus Christ. I need your help to do that. I need your help to get me to Nevada right now. Put my life on the line. And put my body in between the Bundys and the feds that would rather kill them than deal honestly with them. If you have the ability to get out there yourself, do it. The more people that we have out there, the easier it's going to be for us to kick their ass. Let them know that the livelihood of American citizens outweighs that of tourists. That's their excuse. Of course, it's just bull. They're killing the tortoises that they've already got because they can't afford to feed them. It's just bull. And what about evolution? Natural selection is there for a reason, right, guys? If a species has run its course, let it run its course. The lives of American citizens should not be determined by an almost extinct tortoise or the snail darter fish or some stupid bed bug. It's ridiculous. We're just using it as an excuse to impose their will on us. Well, we're free men and women. Those rights were given to us by God, and they cannot be legislated away. They can only be thrown away, given away. I'm not going to stand around and wait until the last minute. Wait till they're coming up my street with their Humvees, wanting to take me off to a FEMA camp, cut my head off if I don't comply. I've got to get to these. I've got to get these prescriptions. So there I am. I hope you guys can see me. I'm going to call myself and start talking. Okay.
I think this is going to work out just fine. Hey, bud, do me a favor. Long gone, don't touch my computer. It's still broadcast. All right. And I've got to go get my prescription. Keep an eye out, or just go off and okay. If she's calling for you, here. Yeah, baby. With the blood thinners? Okay. All right. Yeah, the Lovenox. That's a blood thinner. Last September, when we were out at the Poles and Potato Festival, they've got a lot of great festivals up here, and the Poles and Potato Festival was one of them. And that was the only time last summer that we were able to get the Lynn out of the house because, well, not to get too fine a point on it, she feels like crap. Well, while we were at the Poles and Potato Festival, her arm started swelling up. She developed a blood clot in the chemo port that is embedded in her chest. And her left arm swelled up. She almost died. Her, her whole left chest swelled up. It wasn't just her arm. But they gave her this drug called Lovenox. It's an injection that she takes twice a day. Now, are you sitting down
This drug, this Lovenox, costs $500 a shot. She takes it twice a day. When I come home from the pharmacy today, I'm going to have about $50,000 worth of drugs on me. Now, $30,000 of that is blood thinners. And the rest of this and that and the other thing. But the point is that cancer treatment is insanely expensive. $1,000 a day just for blood thinners. The chemotherapy alone. Now, this is the full theory. FOLFIRI. That's the one she was taking that has now failed. I looked that up, see how much that cost. $80,000 for normal treatment of colorectal and liver cancer. That's just the chemotherapy cost of it. And that's just for a normal treatment of it. Well, Joanne's gone twice as long as anybody else that they've had at the cancer center. She's taken 33 treatments so far, every other week. That's a lot. She's put up with so much. So proud of her. And I love her with all my heart. And I do not want to lose her. So I would very much appreciate it if you guys would take just a minute to lift her up to Father in prayer. You guys would be glad right now, or should be glad that this is only audio and not video. I hate to get on the air and blubber like an idiot all the time, but that's another part of being truthful. You know, people, I've had a couple people say, "Man, you're just a big old pussy." I'd like to see anybody else in my position and not shed a tear every time they turn around. If it weren't for my faith in God, I would have given up a long time ago. And she'll probably never hear this, but I've got to take an opportunity to thank my mother for providing me with the best education in the world. Anybody that lives in Indiana, in Indianapolis, that hears the sound of my voice, you need to send your kids to Heritage Christian School. It's on the northeast side of Indianapolis. And used to be they had a pretty good soccer team. My brother was one of their stars. He went to Heritage Christian School before me. But I grew up in that school. From pre-kindergarten until 9th grade, I went to Heritage Christian School. And the education, it wasn't just a Christian education. It was the secular education that I got from that school. Enabled me to do some amazing things. Like, for example, when I had to stop going because my family moved to Florida. My stepfather retired, and we moved to Florida. Well, when we got to Florida, I went to military school. This was one of those military schools down in Florida where your basic Central American dictator would send their son or their nephew to learn how to be a better dictator when their time came. And I swear, I'm not making this up, at least half of the student body there was from Central and South America, the sons of military dictators or somebody in government. So they were getting a pretty good education too. But the education that I had received from Heritage Christian School enabled me to graduate from high school when I was just 15 years old. I skipped my junior and senior years of high school. I just tested out. So what am I going to do now, right? Well, I went to Mommy's Junior College. I wanted to be a police officer. I was still young. I still had those childhood dreams. I wanted to be a police officer or a firefighter. I took the firefighter's exam in Delray Beach, and I was actually hired. But by the time their 9-month-long hiring process was completed, I was already up in Detroit going to broadcasting school. So that kind of messed that up. No, I skipped 2 whole years. Okay, where was I? Okay, graduated from high school, spent a semester in junior college, and then I'm still 15 years old now. I didn't really fit in college because I was so young. Everybody else was so much older than me. And my brother, again, my older brother, Jim, haven't talked to him for almost 13 years. My brother Jim's a real dick. But anyway, you did look good in his Marine Corps uniform, though. I'll give him that. So here I am, 15 years old, out of high school, hating college, getting into trouble, going to keg parties, eating Quaaludes, wrecking my car. Well, my mom had had about enough of that, right? And I can't say as I blame her. If my son Adam, who's probably listening to this right now, ever gives me that kind of trouble, I'm going to beat the tar out of it. But my mom didn't do that. No. She helped me lie on my enlistment papers to make me a year older than I was. So when I'm 15 years old, about to turn 16, I signed the papers to get in the Marine Corps. My mom lies, telling my recruiter that I am a year older. So he thinks I'm 16 too. So I signed the papers. And a few days after my 16th birthday, my real 16th birthday, they think I'm 17 now. I'm standing on the yellow footprints in Paris Island. Three months later, 13 weeks actually, I'm a lean, green, killing machine. I was so gung-ho, I was ready to attack people with a spoon and eat their guts for lunch, right? Well, geez, they did a good job on me, though. In the Marine Corps, they take you and they tear you down to your basic essence. And then they build you back up as the most fearsome fighting machine the world has ever seen. But they also taught me things like honor, duty, country. I came away from the Marine Corps understanding phrases like semper fidelis, always faithful, improvise, adapt, and overcome. Things like that. I never did see combat as a Marine. All I ever did was train. And they eventually found out that I was only 15 when I signed the papers to get in the Marine Corps. So I was honorably discharged with a year left on my contract. So if anybody wants to know what Bobby Powell's deepest, darkest secret is, there it is. But my character of service was honorable. I had an honorable discharge, never got into any trouble. They just couldn't have a 16-year-old on the battlefield, you know what I'm saying? So I came home. And I got a job at Wendy's. And we will continue this story in just a second. I'm going to put you guys in my pocket while I go in and pick up this prescription. And we'll go get it filled. Hey, here. You can pick up a prescription for Dwayne's house, please.
Your birthday.
1857. Do you like those ergonomic sports?
I do. Actually, it's hard for me to type on a regular one.
Adam, I can hear you in the background. And 2 million people around the world can hear you too.
Ready for one signature. And go sign one more time. There's 2 scripts.
Okay. Take care. Have a good day. Okie dokie. Oh, I wish you guys could see this. The fish on the freeze. Little white puppies. Sticking his head out the window of this car next to me. So cute. I want a puppy. I want a husky. Or something like that. One of those really pretty dogs with blue eyes. My daughter-in-law has a husky. His name's Axel. Great dog. Well-minded, beautiful. Okay. Back on the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. You are listening to The Truth is Viral Live with your host, Bob Powell. This is continuing coverage of the standoff at the Bundy Ranch in Nevada. If you're wondering why you're looking at me standing in front of the 45th parallel sign instead of watching what's actually going on in Nevada right this minute, well, that's because this is a marathon session of The Truth is Viral. And as updates come in from Nevada, from Pete Santilli, who is there on the ground doing awesome work. While he's doing that, I will intersperse. It's kind of like the Jerry Lewis NBA telethon. I will give you a little history of The Truth is Viral over the past few years, show you some of the more popular episodes that I think are very important, that maybe some people haven't seen yet. At the moment, I had to leave the house and go get my wife's prescriptions. It's that time of the month. One of the prescriptions that I'm going to be coming home with today is a 30-day supply of a drug called Lovenox. It's a blood thinner. Costs $500 a shot. She has to take it twice a day. That's $30,000 a month, folks. So remember the $160,000 earlier from her chemo treatment, what I was talking about earlier? See, she's been on the Lovenox now since last September. So it's September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Well, we're not May yet, so April. That's 8 months. 8 times 3 is 240. So that's $240,000 for her blood thinner alone. Another $160,000 for the chemotherapy makes it a cool $500,000. Who do you suppose is getting all that money? Big Pharma, of course. And while I'm on the way to the pharmacy to pick up some of these expensive drugs, let's talk about Big Pharma for a minute. I think it's hilarious. I watch these, I mean, it's tragically funny. Not ha-ha funny, it's tragically funny. You watch these commercials on TV for antidepressants, right? And what is the major side effect of nearly every antidepressant? An increased risk of suicide. That makes a lot of sense. You know, I've covered several stories over the past 30 years where the use of antidepressants was actually used as a defense in a case. There's this one kid, I think he was living in Texas at the time, and he was taking one of these antidepressant medications. Like, it starts with an L. I can't remember the name of it, but I do remember that it was an SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. And he got off because the court found that he was not in his right mind when he committed that murder. And I think that that's probably one major reason why more soldiers, sailors, and Marines are taking their own lives than are losing them on foreign shores. And it's not just a little bit either. We're talking about 10 times more soldiers, sailors, and Marines have died taking their own lives and died on foreign battlefields. See, what happens is taking a human life is not normal, folks. Our brains, the normal human brain, psychopaths love it, but a normal human brain is not wired to accept the horror of having taken a human life. Anybody that has ever taken a life will tell you that it's the most horrible thing that they have ever done. So when they get home, or even before they get home, while they're still in the battlefield, they get pumped with these antidepressants that are given to them by these quack medics. And here's something important to understand. When you're in the military, you cannot refuse to take this medication. You are required by the terms of your contract to do whatever they say, to follow any lawful order. And taking the medication prescribed to you by a military physician is a lawful order. And if you don't take it, well, you are dishonorably discharged. So these poor kids have no choice and take this medication. And that medication is killing them. You know, my first dad in Nina always told me, Bobby, write what you know. And I have always tried to do that. That's one reason I think that, and trying not to toot my own horn too much, but I think that's one reason why I'm as good as I am. as a journalist because I take my own experiences, facts that I know like the back of my hand, and incorporate them into the stories that I do. Now, after I had broken my back and I was in a wheelchair and all this garbage, I was depressed. Who wouldn't be? Constant pain all the time, can't walk, gotta depend on other people to feed you, bathe you, to wheel you around. Now, yeah, it's depressing. We got news for you. So I've taken antidepressants before. And the one that I remember most was amitriptyline. I remember it most because it made me swell up to 300 pounds. And I gained 100 pounds taking that amitriptyline. And it never really did any good. Now, here's the way I see it. Using my own experiences as having been a patient, the knowledge that I've acquired in college, chemistry, biology, nutritional sciences, antidepressants may work well for those people that have a chemical imbalance. A selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, well, the name says it all. It prevents excessive collection of the neurotransmitter serotonin. In order to equalize the amount of chemicals that should be in your brain. But what happens when you're just sad? When life's events are just beating the crap out of you? If you take an antidepressant to screw with your brain chemicals, then you are putting them out of whack. There's a big difference between being clinically depressed, between having a chemical imbalance in your brain, and being sad for perfectly normal reasons. Like people say that I should take an antidepressant because I cry a lot because of what's going on with my wife. Well, I would submit that if the person that you spent half your life with $26 years, if that person is very ill, possibly terminally ill, and you're not sad, if you don't cry, then there is something wrong with you. I don't need an antidepressant. There's nothing wrong with my brain chemistry. Life's beating the shit out of me and I'm sad. That's where that Marine Corps saying comes in. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. don't need chemicals. I don't need antidepressants. I don't need alcohol. Don't need drugs. Because none of those things are going to help. Santas. None of it helps. The only thing that eases pain like this is time. And working through it. And you can't work through it if you're stoned out of your gourd all the time. You can't work through it if your brain chemistry has been fundamentally altered by medication. Just need to find it within yourself to deal with it. Now, not everybody's going to be able to do that. I understand that. It helps to have somebody to talk to. I'm saving thousands of dollars in psychiatrist or psychologist fees right now by telling you guys the same thing I would be telling him. And what do psychologists do? Well, what do you think about that? That's the question they ask. How do you feel about that? What do you think you should do? I can ask myself those questions, folks. And come up with my answer. Now, I need to spend $150 an hour for a psychologist to tell me what I already know down in my heart. I don't need to take unnecessary medications because there's nothing wrong with my brain chemistry. But the big pharma just shoves all this stuff down your throat. You ever notice what kind of commercials are on news channels? Count them one day. They're almost all pharmaceutical related. And a good portion of those are erectile dysfunction medicated. Maybe if the men in this country acted like men, they'd be able to get it up and they wouldn't need a little blue pill. But just men in this country have been simplified. How you doing? Got this one I need filled, and her Lovenox needs to be filled too.
Okay.
How long do you think that would take?
10-15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. I will go grab something for dinner while you're doing that. Okay. About 10 minutes until prescriptions are done. Oh, I need to get a cart. Hey, Adam, if you can hear me, and I'm sure you can because I can hear you rummaging around in the kitchen. What would you like for dinner, son? I can't hear you. Come closer to the computer. I still can't hear you. Sure well. I'll get you something and you'll like it. a little hungry. Because that's the way my mom always used to be. I've been real easy on my kids. Real easy. Spoiled is more like it. I usually let everybody else choose what's for dinner. Oh my gosh. We got a problem, folks. I just realized that I left the house without my wallet. I ain't buying no groceries without a wallet. Good thing I'm only a couple of blocks away. Hope I don't get pulled over between here and the house. Well, by the time I get back, oh, thank you. We should have the prescriptions done, and then we can get back to what's going on in Nevada at the Bundy Ranch. So yeah, if you've just recently joined this live broadcast of The Truth is Viral, you're probably wondering what the heck's going on here. Why is this guy in a cowboy hat in the snow when he should be in a cowboy hat in the desert? Well, the answer to that, my friends, is very, very simple. We've got Pete Santilli on the ground in Bunkerville, Nevada. And he will be calling in every now and then to give us live updates and reports from the showdown at Bunkerville. And in between those reports, during this marathon broadcast of The Truth is Viral Live, I am going to be informing you in a general sense, going over the work that I've done over the last couple of years. Stuff that you might not have seen, interviews that you might not have heard. And if you've been watching The Truth is Viral for any length of time at all, then you know that I pride myself in having great guests. I mean, you can watch them on The Truth is Viral one day and see my guests on Fox News next. We've had two CIA spies, Dr. Jim Garrow and an Iranian national by the name of Reza Khalili. Both of these men are regular Fox News contributors. Reza Khalili is also an author. He wrote a book called The Time to Betray about his time in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a CIA spy. He's still got connections inside of Iran. And he's been on the show a couple of times talking about the dangers that the Iranian regime still presents to the United States and the world in general. I had Dr. Jim Berkman, the United States Geological Survey scientist, on the show. Just all kinds of really great, interesting guests. Patrick Heron, the author of The Apocalypse and Becoming the New World Order. Dr. Chuck Missler has been a guest on the show, and we'll have his interview come up after a little while because he is a really smart guy. I'm actually going to have him back on the show to talk about this coming Gog-Magog war. If you can just look at a headline, well, a bunch of headlines, and put them all together. You can see the prophecies in Ezekiel coming true. Ezekiel 38:39, the Gog and Magog war, is described perfectly. It's like reading a history book from 20 years from now. All the countries that are mentioned in the book of Ezekiel as part of the Gog and Magog invasion. Iran, Syria, Egypt, Libya, Turkey, Russia. All of these countries are now, right this very minute, forming a coalition to attack the Israeli state. Now, as I've said before, I'm not a biblical scholar, but I do see patterns, mostly secular in nature, historical patterns. History repeats itself. That's just a fact. People don't learn from past mistakes, and they have a tendency to repeat them. And history goes in cycles. You can look at what happened in Germany during the rise of Adolf Hitler and draw clear parallels to what's going on right now. Now, the rise of Adolf Hitler in the United States has taken place over 2 presidencies. Barack Obama is not the only one that deserves our ire. George Bush is every bit as complicit in the New World Order. He is a tool of the devil, just like Barack Obama is now. Patriot Act. Remember that? No Child Left Behind. What was that but a precursor to Common Core? So, Barack Obama just took the groundwork laid by George Bush and pushed it to the next logical extreme. Barack Obama said that he was against the drone campaign while he was running for president. Well, he is the droningest Peace Prize recipient, Nobel Peace Prize recipient I have ever seen in my life. He loves his drones. Barack Obama is nothing but a psychopathic murderer. And you can look forward to some of that coming right here to the United States, folks, because a federal judge has just said that it's legal for the United States government to use drones to whack United States citizens, not only overseas, like it did with Anwar al-Awlaki, Samir Khan, and al-Awlaki's 16-year-old son, Abdurrahman. It's also legal to murder them in the United States with a drone without ever having charged that person with a crime in a court of law. How about that? Folks, I'm not an anarchist. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I believe that human beings are animals. They're ruled by their baser instincts. And they need laws to keep them in line. Now, if everybody just followed God's laws, the 10 Commandments, we'd be good. No lying, no murdering. no coveting. If people would just follow God's laws, we'd be all good. But we don't. We've got secular laws because atheists and agnostics and Jews and Muslims have to be controlled too. So I'm not against laws. I'm very much for them. My problem is when those laws are not applied equally to everybody across the board. So, let me ask you this. What do we do when the people that make our laws, the people that enforce our laws, what do we do when they're the ones that are breaking them? We've got to stand up and be heard. That's what we've got to do. We've got to let them know in no uncertain terms that you can push us this far, but we will not be pushed any farther. This thing down in Nevada really worries me. Not in a big picture, but for the safety of the people that are down there right now, the Bundy family that are fighting to maintain a lifestyle that has been theirs, a uniquely American lifestyle that their family has been enjoying for the last 3 or 4 generations, 150 years they've been on that ranch. That is their property. The land that their cows are grazing on is Arizona state property. The federal government really has no business telling the state of Nevada what to do. You know, a lot of people don't realize that the United States of America is not one country. It is a federation of 50 independent sovereign states, each with the ability and the right to levy war, make peace, contract alliances, levy taxes, and do all other things that independent states may of right do. The Civil War was only nominally about ending slavery. Remember, I told you that I'm a bit of a history buff. I didn't just take History 101. I would read books like The Last Mycenaeans and Their Successors for fun. Okay? The Civil War, as I said, was not about slavery. I mean, nominally it was. But it was about states' rights. And I say it wasn't about slavery because slavery was already on its way out with the invention of the cotton gin. Remember old Eli Whitney, right? With the invention of the cotton gin, that made owning slaves a financially losing proposition. Why would you house and feed a slave when you can buy a piece of machine or a piece of machinery that will do what that slave and probably 30 other slaves were able to do in a quarter of the time? So no, slavery was on its way out when the Civil War began. But it was still a way of life in the South. And although the South was getting ready to phase out slavery altogether, it wasn't being done quickly enough for the federal government in Washington, D.C., of Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln tried to force the southern states to give up slavery right away. And, you know, they couldn't do that. It's like this Obamacare mess. You can't just change 1/6 of the economy overnight. It's something that takes time. And I can't answer your phone call right now because I'm broadcasting live. So why are you even bothering to call me? You can hear me. If it's an emergency, then call me back and I'll put the broadcast on hold. Otherwise, oh, I remember what it was, Adam. Yeah, okay, you needed your girlfriend to have a ride home. Okay. All right, well, I'm picking up Mommy's prescriptions, and I'll be home in 5 minutes. Okay? Just give me a minute, and I'll be home and pick her up. And if that's not quick enough for you, call our cab. That cab company here in town would charge us $5 and take her anywhere she wants to go. And when I get home, we'll pay for it. But just give me a minute. Okay, we were talking about states' rights. Yeah, so yeah, the South wasn't moving quickly enough for the federal government. And Lincoln was trying to force them to do his bidding, basically. And the southern states said, screw you. We're not going to let you destroy our economy. And, you know, that's what started the Civil War. And we're seeing the same thing right now in Nevada. At its core, this is a states' rights issue. Because the land that the Bundys are using to graze their cattle belongs to the sovereign state of Arizona. There's nothing about that land that's used in interstate commerce. So the federal government has no jurisdiction. I don't care what court they have to say otherwise. This Bundy case has only been heard in a federal court. It's never been heard in a state court in Arizona. So, to my mind, the Bundys have never received due process. And I'm standing here at the line to pick up these prescriptions. Please just give me a minute. I'll be right back with you.
John?
There should be a big bag with the working oxygen. Big bag. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to fill the Lovenox. It's going to take another 5 minutes to get filled. While they're doing that, I will get some pop. You know, they, down South Carolina, you know, about anywhere in the South, they call all pop Coke. All soda, Coke. Doesn't make any difference if it's Diet Pepsi or Mountain Dew or Sierra Mist or Crush. It's all Coke. They got a lot of great things down south. I actually love living down in the south because, you know, they can insult people and you never know it. Just all you got to do, you can say anything you want about somebody. As long as you add bless her heart or bless his heart at the end of it. I mean, think about it for a second. This is the way they talk in South Carolina. Oh, she's just such a whore. Bless her heart. He's a good for nothing, shiftless, lazy blonde. But bless his heart. I've been looking for an opportunity to tell that joke. It wasn't a great joke, but hey, I'm broadcasting on the fly. What can I say? So yeah, the federal government is standing on a hill, on several hills, surrounding the Bundy Ranch at the moment. Their every move scrutinized under a sniper's scope. These so-called Bureau of Land Management officers are nothing of the kind. In the first hour of this show, I showed you a video of those so-called Bureau of Land Management officers and pointed out that 3 of them are sporting full, well, 2 of them are sporting full beards and a third is sporting a goatee. The box of Lovenox should be like huge, huh?
Yep, you only have to.
Oh, you don't got a few? Oh, okay. All right, well, I'll pick them up later. So yeah, these Bureau of Land Management officers, alleged BLM officers, yeah, I need to catch this. 2 of them had full beards and 1 of them had a goatee. Well, I went to the Bureau of Land Management website. Went to a couple of other federal agency websites, and guess what I found? Under grooming standards, no federal officer may have a full beard. There are only 270 total employees in the Bureau of Land Management. Right now, more than 200 officers are surrounding the Bundy Ranch in Nevada. So that means that either the Bureau of Land Management has taken every officer that they can find from around the country and surrounded the Bundy Ranch, or they've got help from private contractors. And I've got a real problem with private contractors keeping United States citizens under a microscope. Thank you, I appreciate it. Because, you know what it reminds me of immediately? It reminds me of what happened after Katrina.
No, I don't see anything at all.
When more than 30% of the New Orleans Police Department fled their posts. And instead of doing their duty like they were supposed to, they went off and just took care of their own needs. So what did Ray Nagel, mayor of Chocolate City, do? Well, he and Brownie, and Bush's butt buddy, decided that they would call in Halliburton to confiscate the guns of the citizens of the city of New Orleans. And that, my friends, was actually the impetus for the organization known as Oath Keepers. It's led by Stuart Rhodes. After New Orleans, the military decided to wake up because they saw, just like we did, how the rights of citizens were being trampled, how their guns were being taken, how the city of New Orleans was basically turned into a huge field camp. I don't know if you remember or not, but Geraldo Rivera and Shepard Smith, in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, were both on television, and they were pointing out that they had been surrounded by FEMA and armed contractors that would not let anybody out of the city of New Orleans. Just across the bridge in a neighboring parish, there was electricity, food, and water. The FEMA, in all of its wisdom, decided that it would be best to turn New Orleans into a big prison camp. And, you know, that they would supply everybody with food and water and medical necessities. Well, do you remember what a nightmare the Superdome was? The rapes, the murders, people dying of diabetes because there was no fresh water. FEMA turned away fresh water that had been brought in by Walmart. There was no food. Excuse my language, if you're an elderly person, an elderly lady right now, I'm sorry, but I gotta say it. It was a clusterfuck. It's that simple. It's the only way you could describe the aftermath of Katrina in New Orleans. Or was it? You know, a lot of people think that that Hurricane Katrina response was actually planned. You know, so that people will get used to the idea of being told what to do, where to go, when to eat, what to eat, who to speak with. You know, when they evacuated people out of New Orleans, they didn't even have a choice of where they were going to be relocated. And most of them have never gone back. And then after the BP oil disaster, you know, that pretty much killed the shrimping industry in Louisiana. Everything is dead now at the bottom of the sea in the Gulf of Mexico. A researcher, I just watched a show not too long ago, a researcher got in a, or not, she didn't get into it, she had one of those deep sea submersibles at her disposal, and she used it to cruise around the ocean floor, around the the wellhead, and everything is dead. Most of it was killed by chlorhexidine. That's the oil dispersing chemical that they used. Even though there were other chemicals that were far less toxic. And just a little aside, remember the Exxon Valdez spill up in Alaska? Chlorhexidine was used up there too. And still today, you can find lakes of oil in Prince William Sound. It didn't disperse the oil nearly as well as they had hoped or told everybody that it was going to be dispersed. So here's the fact. Here's the really disturbing part. Every person, every single one that worked on the oil cleanup, the Exxon Valdez in Prince William Sound, Alaska, is now dead. So how's that for fun? Okay, I am back home. Let's see what it is that my son wants. Hold on just 1 second. Well, didn't you hear me talking to you? No. Okay, well, what do you want? Okay, yesterday it was a ride to the school. Now it's a ride home? Okay, and that's on your side of town, right? By what? Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Let me just start a video for my viewers to watch.
And we'll do that. So I'm going to stop this audio stream. So hang on for just a second, everybody. Let me click video, and we'll keep on with this live broadcast of the Truth is Spiral Marathon broadcast that is designed to raise money to get me out to the Bundy Ranch in Bunkerville, Nevada. To oppose the federal government. No problem. All right. And all you gotta do is go to the PayPal button on the right side of the screen, click that bad boy, and drop me as much as you can afford. $5, $10, $50, $100, $500, whatever you got. My friends, we have got to take a stand. We have got to get out there, put our bodies in between the bodies and save lives and win souls to Jesus Christ. Okay, now I'm going to switch back to the video feed for a few minutes while I take this home. And let's see. What do you guys want to watch? Look at the comments on the thing. If there's any of my episodes you'd like to see, you want to suggest it real quick? Just hold on. Don't go anywhere. It's going to take a minute to set it up. Bye. And here I am. Okie dokie. Let's see here. What's a good show? I want a really good show to keep you guys entertained. Keep you entertained long enough for me to get back here. Yeah, duh. I was wondering where most of my videos went. I was looking at search results. Oh, yeah, here's a good one. This is a keeper. When I get back, we will see about getting Pete Santilli on the line, get the latest from the Bundy Ranch. But right now, let's watch Obama Murdered My Son. This is the father of slain SEAL Team 6 sailor where am I? Okay, in this exclusive Truth is Viral interview, Charles Strange, the father of Michael Strange, who was one of the 22 Navy SEALs that was killed aboard that Extortion 17. These are the guys that killed, or supposed to have killed, Osama bin Laden. Personally, I think that they were killed because they didn't kill Osama bin Laden, and Obama didn't want them telling about it. But whatever reason they were really killed, they were. They were put on to an ancient CH-46 Chinook helicopter, the kind that I used to tool around in 30 years ago when I was in the Marine Corps. And they were sent into a hot LZ with no escort, no gunship support. And just like what happened in Libya, they were left out there to die. So, yeah, it's just another reason that I'm pretty sure that not too many people are liking Barack Obama these days. Okay, got 41 people watching. That's actually impressive. I wasn't expecting numbers like this to be maintained while you guys were listening and just looking at my picture. I guess you really do love me. Okay, let's see, where am I at? Okay, there we are. Let me check my message here real quick. Okay, got a message. This is something we're going to have to get on as soon as I get back. It says that they are confiscating legal guns at the Bundy Ranch. People are being detained. Jeez, this is looking bad. So yeah, I will go ahead and post this, and or I'm going to start this interview with Charles Strange, and when I get back, we will go right back to Bunkerville, Nevada, and get a hold of Pete Santilli and get the latest news. But if you haven't watched this interview with Charles Strange, this is a good one. It's a good show. It's about an hour and 15 minutes long, and should give me plenty of time to take this young lady home and get back and continue with my with this epic broadcast. Don't forget to like the Truth is Viral on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter, and add me to your Google Plus circle if you Google Plus. And over on the right side of this page, you see that PayPal button. Click that bad boy and drop me whatever you can afford so that I can get out there and help protect these folks, these ranchers, these Bundys. They're good people. They're the salt of the earth. That is what we do around here. We save lives. And I do not mind putting my body between them and the people that are attacking them. Doesn't bother me a bit. They want to kill me, more power to them. Good luck. But yeah, let's listen to this, or watch this interview with Charles Strange. Here we go.
My special guest on this episode of The Truth is Viral is Charles Strange. Charles is the father of Navy SEAL Michael Strange, one of the 23 SEALs that was killed aboard Extortion 17, that was shot down in Pakistan by Taliban fighters. And Charles' story is really going to move you. But the first part of this show is dedicated to you. It's about you. Because I can stand up here and flash my guns all day long, all night long, and nobody's going to pay attention unless you share this show, unless you get involved on your own. And that's going to be the focus of these first few minutes of this show, because there was this one grandmother down in Kentucky, great grandmother. Okay, this is one lady you don't want to mess with, and she sent me one of her videos, and I want to share it with you. And when it's over with, I'll come back and we'll get to that interview with Mr. Charles Strange. This is a great show. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral Live. It's Friday, 31st day of January, year of our Lord 2014. My name is Bob Powell, and you are watching The Truth is Viral Live on bobpowell.blogspot.com and the Guerrilla Media Network.com. Don't forget to check out GMN's Telestream, too. They're broadcasting the show live as well. We've got a lot of stuff tonight. Most of my stuff I put down on paper, on my old school journals, pencil and paper, because I do not trust.
Yeah, I don't trust technology, but what I do trust is what I can see. And as long as I'm here, as long as I've got this in my hand, I want to show this to you folks. It's $10,000 worth of medicine right there. $10,000. Each one of these injections costs $500. My wife has to take them twice a day. When I get back, we're going to talk about that some more. We're going to talk about Obamacare. I mean, after we get back with the Bundy thing, there's so many things I want to talk about. But since this is a long broadcast, I'm going to continue until I get enough money to get out to Nevada. So, you know, we'll see who wins, sleep or me. But, yeah, let's go back to this interview with Charles Strange. I just wanted to show you what $10,000 of medicine looked like.
Trust technology, one little itty bitty bit. But tonight, our special guest is Mr. Charles Strange. Charles' son Michael was both Navy SEALs on board Extortion 17. Decrepit CH-47 Chinook helicopter, the kind that I used to fly around in when I was in the Marine Corps. And Charles believes that the United States government is complicit show live as well, and covering up. And I'm getting some feedback from you there, Pete. There's my, I've got so many. Like delayed about 30 seconds. I don't know where they come from, but we got it, Charles. There we go. Sorry about that, Bob. That's okay. Not a problem. We got it all settled up now. Okay. I've been having. We'll get to Charles' interview at the bottom of the hour. But I wanted to start off tonight by talking about some of the comments that I got from last week's show. You just can't please some people. It just can't be done. A lot of people, tell me, that a peaceful demonstration is not going to work. They're just bound and determined to take up arms against the United States government. And I'm not an idiot. I realize that at some point that is an option. But it is our last option. Okay, everything else must be tried before something like that happens. And even then, if we want to be on the right side of history, We have to let them attack us first. So one of the comments I got underneath one of the videos today said, so everybody's going to go to Washington, D.C., and they're all going to get killed, and then what? Well, I think you're going to see something awesome. If Fox and MSNBC and CNN and all these other, because by the time you get 30 million people in Washington, D.C., you're going to have all these networks covering. But if they cover the United States government opening fire on unarmed citizens, that's all she wrote. Nobody's going to stand for that. Now, are we going to get 30 million people in Washington, D.C. on May 16th for Operation American Spring? If I was a prophet, I could tell you. I do know that a lot of people are getting angry. They're getting very angry. Young people. I've had kids as young as 15, 16, 17 years old, you know, asking what can they do. And I've had grandmothers asking me what they could do. And I'm really proud of these people. Because the most important thing that you can do right now is to speak up. Let your voice be heard. I've been doing this for 2 years now. I'm starting to get somewhat of a following, but other people are following. I've got letters, all kinds of letters, people telling me how proud they am of what they are of me, how they want to follow my example. And that's exactly what this one lady did. I'm not sure exactly how old she is. I'm not sure it would be appropriate to ask. But she has said that she's a grandmother. And I want to play this video for you that it's just a short little clip. And to hear this woman speak, it absolutely brought tears to my eyes. It made my heart well up. Because this lady could be my grandmother. She could be your grandmother. She's just one of those Temple Bible Belt ladies. And she goes by the name of Weeping Willow 2 on the internet. And I want to play her video for you right now.
Today is January 25th, 2014. This is going to read a speech I just wrote. This goes to all Kentucky congressmen and senators of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and this nation. What has happened to you? Have you sold your souls? Have you been castrated of your manhood? You have turned your hearts against the very land that prospered you. You no longer represent the good of this great and beautiful nation. You have undermined her majesty. You have usurped the Constitution. You've committed treason. You've committed tyranny. You've undermined our traditions. You've disrespected our veterans. You've forgotten our veterans. You have forgotten the people. You war for profit to your own greed. You were sent to Washington and elected into the position by we the people. You have forgotten your honor. You have forgotten you worked for us. You have attempted to shred our Constitution. Possibly not all of you have become crooks of the American people, and I don't aim to offend those that possibly haven't. As for the others, if the shoe fits, wear it. You have your own agendas for your own prosperity, but let me clue you in. We are a nation of givers, a loving people, and we've given and given and given. We are the sleeping giant. We the people have awakened. We the people are watching each and every one of you. We the people sleep no more. We the people are tired of you robbing us, spraying us, lying to us, poisoning us with the weather modification, and also through GMOs and fluoride, tainted vaccines in our children to set them up for disease later in life and or die of some illness prior to even growing up. So you can make more greedy money for your poisonous pharmaceuticals. You perpetrate your false flag one after another, your actions and all the shootings to attempt taking our right to bear arms. Get this. Also, Mr. President, it is not going to happen. You are not our dictator, nor will there ever be a king over America except the one which this nation was founded on. We the people will not allow it. You all can write thousands of your laws, executive orders, but we will not obey because they are null and void as they usurp our Constitution. You are dishonorable. We the people will rise up. We the people are fed up. We the people demand your resignations because we the people will hold you accountable for your actions. We know how you vote. We know what you've done to our beloved country. The law calls for you to be hung. Instead, we ask you to step down, to vacate your office. A citizen's arrest upon you all will likely ensue if you don't in due time. You gravely mistaken that we the people will not revolt in due time. You are in fact pushing for that. Remember, there are 314 million people in this nation, and how many are there of you? I am a broken down, totally disabled, injured worker and a senior citizen, grandmother and great-grandmother. But by the will of Father in heaven, I will fight for God and country, even if it means with a rake or a broom handle, as I'm sure the rest of my brothers and sisters and we the people will stand up to do when the day comes. I am Carol Roberts.
Yes, sir. Carol's angry, and she has every right to be. And not only is she angry, I think that her anger is representative of the majority of the people of this country. Teenagers, people in their middle ages, great-grandmothers. They're all angry, and they're not willing to just let our republic be stolen from us. They're standing up, and they're making their voices heard. And that's something that you can do too. You don't have to have a degree in broadcasting to do this. All you need is a YouTube channel and a camera and an opinion. Make your opinion known. Send your videos to your congressman. Send them to your friends. You know, the time for worrying that people are going to call you a religious tinfoil hat wearing nut job is over, folks. We are running out of time. And if we hope to save lives and win souls for Christ, we need to get on the stick. Okay? Now, I don't mind walking point. but I need you to back me up. I need you to take my flank and my sixth. Okay, I need you to share the Truth is Viral with everybody that you know. Come and like us on Facebook. It's a very important tool for sharing the truth. You know, follow us on Twitter. And go to ttiv.forummotion.com and join our forum. The most important thing that you can do is share the show. Underneath this video right here and all the other videos, you hit that share button and a bar opens up where you can share it to 10 different social media platforms. You know, don't just share on your Facebook timeline either. Copy and paste the information at bobpowell.blogspot.com. The link to the story will always be in the description below. And just copy and paste that link and share it in all of your Facebook groups too. That will give us a whole brand new audience, people that haven't heard the Truth is Viral, people that maybe don't run in the same circles that we do. Okay? But we need, whether you do it yourself or whether I do it for you and you share my show. Okay? Stand up and make your voices heard. And that's what my next guest is doing and has been doing for the last couple of years. His name was Charles Strange. And he's the father of Michael Strange, one of the 23 Navy SEALs that was killed on board Extortion 17 when it was shot down inside Pakistan by a lucky shot from the Taliban. At least they call it a lucky shot, Charles seems to think. And there's pretty good evidence to indicate that not only was the Afghani government involved in the murder of his son, but also elements inside our own government were aware of exactly what was going on. And they sent those SEALs to their death on purpose. Now, towards the end of this interview, it's going to start getting a little bit disjointed because once we started talking about the NSA and how they've bugged Charles' home, his computer, installed cameras in his home, take pictures of his wife, well, we started getting hit with a DDoS attack. So I have salvaged as much of the interview as possible. Most of it's there, but there may be some missing pieces, and you know, what can I say? I'm sorry. But they've got bigger and better computers than we do. But you'll get the gist of it. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral Live. My name is Bob Powell. You're watching The Truth is Viral on bobpowell.blogspot.com and at the Guerrilla Media Network at guerrillamedianetwork.com. And tonight, my very special guest is a man that I've got something in common with. We spoke the other night, kind of like a pre-interview kind of thing, and we talked for quite a while. My daughter Ashley died. Her memory has propelled me to do what I do. The man that we're about to talk to lost his son, a brave American hero by the name of Michael Strange. He was a Navy SEAL. One of those rough men that protect us while we sleep. And on August 6, 2011, Michael Strange was murdered. He didn't get in a bar fight. He wasn't messing around with somebody else's woman. He was doing what he was put on this earth to do. He was fighting our battles for us. He was fighting for the United States of America. He was fighting in Afghanistan. And he was betrayed. On August 6th, 2011, just a few months after Osama bin Laden had been killed, Michael got on to an ancient CH-47 helicopter over Chinook, the kind that I used to go flying around in the 70s. with 38 other men, 22 or 23 of them SEALs. The entire SEAL Team 6, these were the guys that had killed Osama bin Laden. And their mission was thrown together at the last minute. They were told that they were going to protect some Rangers that had gotten in trouble. But they knew. These SEALs knew, just by the way this mission had been put together. Even before this mission, they knew that they were walking into a trap. And their helicopter was shot down by a quote-unquote lucky shot by an RPG, by 2 Taliban. At the maximum effective range of an RPG, about 700 meters. One hell of a lucky shot. After their bodies came home, these guys right here, brave men, one and all. Look at these. After their bodies came home, there was an investigation. And Mr. Strange was given some information, but they gave him a little bit too much information. He ended up with 1,300 pages of documentation that laid out the whole lie from beginning to end. And maybe somebody wanted to get the truth out there. I know that there are still patriots in the United States military. And I can just imagine the pride that might have been felt by somebody that might have slipped in this extra information. But that's just speculation. I'm just curious how he got the information, but we'll find out because we're going to talk to him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to welcome a great American to The Truth is Viral. His name is Charles Strange, the father of Navy SEAL Michael Strange. Charles, are you there?
Yes. Thank you for having us on, Bobby. My wife Mary really appreciate me and help us get the word out there about Extortion 17. Biggest loss in the Iraq-Afghan war, 30 brave Americans, and the biggest loss in any war, 22 special ops guys. And thank you for having us on, and you're hitting it right on the nose. You know, that's what General Court said. It was a lucky shot. I stood up at the hearing in October 12, 2011, and I said, what are you laughing out of your mind? Lucky. All our sons are dead. And this is supposed to be, you know, this guy's got all the stars and the medals and educated. It's a psyops move. You know, they kept you up, they kept you down, look over here, what we're doing for you. Don't look what's happening. And that day with the briefing, he did the investigation. Every goal.
Charles, I think you probably know what happened in Afghanistan more than probably anybody else. I'm sure that this has haunted you night and day. You've gone over these documents with a fine-tooth comb. This is the first time that you've been on The Truth is Viral. Would you please tell my viewers what happened on August 6th, 2011?
Well, April 15th, 2011, Michael called home. And he said, Dad, you're not going to hear from me for at least 2 weeks. No cell, no computer, nothing like that. I'm like, you're going to be all right? And he's like, yeah, I'll be all right. He goes, anything happens, you'll know why. And of course, everybody knows what supposedly happened May 1st. And Michael came home in June. He came home in June, and for the first time in almost 8 years, he was part of SEAL Team 6, the gold team for 4 years. He grabs me by the bicep. He said, "Dad, I got a will." I'm like, "What?" He said, "Dad, I'm not messing around. I'm lifting it." And he did it 3 times that weekend. Grabbed me by the arm. And he stopped me at Maggie's house, my sister, on the way back to Virginia, and told her about this will. Then he also left Philadelphia 4 days early. He never left 4 days early. Here, all them guys left a different way. One guy used to hit his dad in the stomach. "Don't drink all the beer. I'll see you in 3 months." This time he put hands on his dad, tells him how much he loves him, thanks him for the way he raised him. Another guy brought his whole family down to Virginia, even his grandma. You know, another guy told his wife and brother, I don't know about this next one. They all knew somebody was leaking. They just didn't know how high it was. But you trust your government. Growing up, you figure, you know, and that's how Michael was. He trusted these people. And next thing I know, August 6th, I had 4 guys from the Navy here tell me he got hit in a helicopter with an RPG. It blew up in the air, blew up again, and then when it hit the ground, it blew up a 3rd time. And he was already cremated, so it wasn't like an option. And so you figure, you know, you're out of your mind, you know what I'm talking about. And December of 2011, I called over and get the autopsy reports. And I'm looking at the papers. There's no smoke in his lungs, no broken bones. And my wife, Michael's stepmother, is looking at the pictures. They said it did. And I said, "They were pretty bad." And she goes, "Well," I said, "What do you mean, well?" They said, "He burned." It was in the newspaper, in the Pentagon paper. Who was it? Nancy Campbell? David Lackman? A Marine? And Jane Campbell. 38 skulls, 38 C-spines. And then the other person said no identifiable range. So I look at the picture my wife has up on the computer of Michael, and he's intact. The only thing wrong with him was his ankle. And he was stretched out, looked like he had a gun in his hand, the way his hand was formed, fighting for his life. And you could see his hair on his arms. I mean, he didn't have to be cremated at all. And, you know, so, but October 12th, we're in Dan Mac, Jeffrey Colt's putting on the investigation, telling all the SEAL Team parents what happened. And I asked, you know, can we have the interaction report? He said, "It's in the book, sir." And I said, "Well, what happened to the black box, which is really orange?" And he raised his both hands and he says, "It got washed away by flash flood." So they give us this book. And inside the folder, there's also a disc. And I find out from one of the other parents the next day that the military says, "Oh, we shouldn't have given parents with the disc." When I get home, I open up this book. There's no ink. There's no toner. You can't read it. And I called Admiral Sean Pike, his commander-in-chief of CENTCOM. I said, "Sean, I got a big copy here." He said, "We got a lot of complaints about that." I said, "All right, send me another one." He said, "We can't. We burned it." You burned it? So I put the disc in and 100 little blocks pop up. And you click it. You click it again. Click it 3 times, and then it finally opens up. You can read like 3 sentences, and it's blurry. And then my wife, I said, "We got to do something. We got to do something." My wife says, "I know what to do." And she took it somewhere, figured it out through a maze, and printed it out. 1,364 pages. And I sent some of the pages over to you. You know, the tail man too. Made general investigation. He says, "Well, what was the assessment of the Panjin Valley?" And the guy, Air Force commander, says, "Well, May 10th, 2011, 100 Taliban are coming from the Blank province to the Tanjing Valley to shoot down the coalition force. How did they know?
Okay, well, let me ask you a question there, Charles. Just on my figures here real quick, I counted 4 months in between May and August when your son was killed. Is that, am I to take that to mean that these Taliban were waiting in that area for 4 months, or did they just start moving into that area 4 months ahead of the downing of extortion on 7?
Oh, they had a plan. It was planned. What did Michael and them guys know? I mean, Michael grabbed me. He said, Dad, you wouldn't believe what's going on in this country. And I tried to get it out to him, and he kept everything to the back. He followed orders. He would have went in there on a 10 speed if they told him, because he trusted them people. And somebody set him up without a doubt in my mind. There's too many coincidences. A lucky shot, the Taliban made 10. No satellite, no eyes in the sky on them. No cameras. There was 4 cameras there. Jeffrey Colt, the investigator at the time, well, he had a camera on Extortion 17. The guy answers. It made us feel very vulnerable. We never did a mission like this. It says our hands were tied from up above.
Were you ever able to get any clarification on that? I've heard you say that before on other programs, but have you ever got any clarification on who up above tied their hands?
That's why we need this investigation. We need everybody to call Congress. I mean, we need somebody held accountable before somebody else is not in order to set up like this. This is, it's just crazy.
Hey, Charles, from the way it looks to me, it looks like your son and the rest of the SEALs were just set up from the get-go, because the SEALs normally fly around UH-60s, okay, the Black Hawks, and they never put an entire team on one chopper. But here they stuffed the entire team into one sardine can of a CH-47, 50-year-old helicopter. And then when they send the mission that normally is planned ahead, well ahead, they were a quick reaction force, from what I understand, to relieve some Rangers that were in contact with Taliban. But these quick reaction forces are put together many days ahead, but this was put together within the space of an hour. When they took off, there were no Apache gunships, no Apache escorts. They went in alone in a really old CH-47 Chinook helicopter. I just can't understand that. It just looks like a setup to me. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. It's the 1960 helicopter, Chinook 47B, refurbished in 1985. I just had 3 Navy SEALs I was hanging out with together in 2010, 2008, 2007. One guy was 21 years, the other 2 guys was 8 and 10 years. You know how many missions they've been in a Chinook helicopter?
Not a clue.
None.
Yeah, it kind of made me laugh a little bit. I mean, none of this is funny, but it's just so ironic because 1985 was just a couple of years after I got out of the Marine Corps. And I've been out of the Marine Corps for 30 years, and that was the last time that this particular helicopter had been retrofitted, in 1985. There's something wrong with that. Okay, now, after...
They told the parents there was no black box, no recording device. Once I started going public, that them Chinook helicopters didn't have any recording devices, no No black boxes, nothing. So the parents don't understand talent. They said there was no black box. This is, and you know this, but it's as well as I did. I said to the parents, I said, do you forget October 12th at the briefing? He raised both arms and took the black box and washed away by a flash flood. They went, oh my God, you told us the black box? You know? They took a whole period of TV.
Black boxes just don't wash away. Don't they also have tracking devices on them? So that if they do happen to be buried in mud or whatever, they can still be found?
They find them in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of the swamps. The black box. You know?
Yeah. No.
So for them guys just to keep lying in my face, and you know, and then our investigation was supposed to start this week. We get to move back 3 weeks.
Okay, they don't just set your son up to be killed. They add insult to injury when the bodies are back in Air Force Base. And they bring in a Muslim cleric to say a prayer. Well, I've read the transcript of that prayer, and that Muslim cleric damned your boy and all the rest of those fine seals to hell. Of course, his opinion doesn't matter jack to me, because I know that he's serving the wrong God to begin with. He's praying to the wrong God. But still, was there any reason to bring in a Muslim cleric to pray over the bodies of your child? Was any person, was there even one Navy SEAL that was a Muslim that died on August 6, 2001?
No.
So they were all Christians, and yet they brought in a Muslim cleric to pray over them and damn them to hell. So just add a little bit of insult to injury. Yeah, we've got a real jerk off as our president or our commander-in-chief. Sorry for the language, but the things that I want to say about him, my Christian nature just won't let me. I'm trying to be a good boy and not cuss so much these days. They brought the dead Afghan National Army soldiers back to the United States. Do you know why they did that?
No, but I know one thing. They called the Afghan people to tell them that their son was dead, her husband, and then they had to call them back. They had the wrong one. 5 minutes before the helicopter took off, 7 Afghans that were on there got off, 7 different ones got on. It's in the paperwork. They don't know the names. Who okayed that?
They still don't know the names of the men that died? The Afghan national soldiers that died, they still don't know their names?
Nope.
What kind of war are these people running? How can you put 7 men on an aircraft and not know who they are? And still not know 2 years after. It's almost 3 years. 2.5 years. That's just insane. I don't believe that. Well, I believe it, but I shouldn't have to believe it. You just recently, you and your attorney Larry Kleeman had a big victory against the National Security Agency. Can you tell me about that real quick? We've got about 10 minutes left to talk about it.
Hey, my wife, she was the main plaintiff on that. Me and our Joe Williams, she's the computer person. And my friend Dave might be calling it.
Okay.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you? Glad to hear from you. I understood that you guys and Larry Kleeman just recently had a big victory against the National Security Agency. Can you tell me about that in your case?
Oh my God, it was unbelievable. It was November 18th, 2013, and well, let me back it up a little bit. The reason that we went and you know, were fighting the government for having returns and computers and listening to everything We believe it because we've been asking questions about what happened to Michael and all the men, all aboard Extortion 17. And, you know, my husband was getting text messages from 001, 000, and we called Verizon because that's who our carrier is. And Verizon said, no, you didn't get those text messages. And I said, yeah, she did. In fact, they're locked in the phone. I'm looking at them right now. I told the operator on the other end from Verizon, I said, this is the date. Here's the exact time that it came in. I'm looking right at it. The name that's not showing up on our screen. So, you know, and then I was on my computer, my home computer, and we have no camera. It has 2 monitors at home, flat screen monitors, no camera attachment for anything anywhere. And I'm sitting there and I'm trying to download a couple things. And all of a sudden, my screen froze, and at the top it said FBI Cybercrime Division. Stating that I was trying to illegally download copyright and I was accessing illegal sites. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? I'm just trying to download a stupid game and a couple other things. And and it had my picture on the screen. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh my God, that's me. And I looked at what I was wearing, everything. It was at that moment is when they took my picture, so it was a live picture. And you know, it kind of freaked me out, things I know we have no camera. And called the FBI. They're closed on Sundays, by the way. I called up and they said, got an answer machine, and you know, we're closed for our hours of operation. Please call back during the next business day. I guess, you know, the feds don't think that people do crimes on Sundays or something. I don't know. But, yeah, so we went and, you know, and then the icing on the cake was my husband got an email from Michael, my stepson, his dead son. He got an email. Probably October, I think it was.
This past October of 2013?
Yeah. And he was freaking out, you know, and like, how dare you play with his head, you know, how dare they, how twisted and evil. That's just pure evil.
Okay, well, Mary, we're coming up on a break. Let's continue this conversation on the other side of the break. We've got 3 phone calls waiting on the line, and we will get to you folks just as soon as we can. You're watching The Truth is Viral live at bobpowell.blogspot.com and GorillaMediaNetwork.com, and we will be right back. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral live. My name is Bob Powell. It's January 31st, 2014. And today we're talking about Extortion 17. We're talking about the Stranges, Michael and Mary. And now, in this half hour, we're going to start off talking with their IT guy, their computer guru. His name is Dave. And the disk that had all this information on it. Okay, it's something I just learned myself just this very minute. The disk that was sent to Charles Strange that had that 1,300-page report on it also had some very interesting and little nasty surprises on it. Dave, can you tell us what you found on that disk that was given to the Stranges by the United States government?
Yeah, just a second. I'm almost ready.
Sure. Let me back up a little bit before that. I met Charlie at a factory retreat. I'm former U.S. Navy. Yeah, I'm a patriot. I look you up. But I have no vested interest with what's going on here. I just met him at this retreat. During the retreat, I'm saying, hey, look, I got this from, you know, this thing that went down to Stanley, Virginia, which happens to be where I went to my high school at. after we're done here, such and such, here's my name, here's my address. You know, look me up, bring it over to the house. You know, let me take a look at it. I'm pretty good at getting rid of viruses. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. The versus computer over there. It gives you the date time that you put this disc in, and I was reading the disc, and they started doing all these pop-ups, and then it was just freeze up and lock up, and then it seemed like somebody took route control, and it just weird stuff started happening. So it sounds like the other virus started. So I started looking, and kind of going, hey, disc and time, okay, it's coincidental. Sure enough, he gave me a specific date and time, and you could see all the files that had happened around that date time.
Just a couple minutes, right?
I was supposed to be home at 6.
Okay, well, if you want to call him down, blame it on me. I'll go and talk to his parents. Tell him I was in the middle of broadcasting a live internet show.
That's okay, I can just get my
You send all that information off site. So I started looking at the coding behind it, the big files, animal fiber, and breaking them down. And I actually could see there were these long hexadecimal codes and alphanumeric codes to a .gov website. And sure enough, I saw everything. So it took me about 2 hours to get rid of all these viruses. And at that point, I started looking, and what happened was the black boxes he was referring to were actually the installers that were installing things for us.
Okay.
So at this point, they fully affected this computer looking at what he's doing. And I am, in my freshman, I've been doing this 20 years. And, to me, it's somebody affects the computer. There's a reason why. I'd like to know why, but why would the government do like this that would infect the computer with secret ones trying to see what he's doing? The other interesting part is, I think Mary and Charlie do not have a webcam. Not in any way, shape, or form. Mary actually took a screenshot with her phone of this picture that is posted. And if you look, it has nothing to do with the monitor. The picture came from the right side of where she's looking at the monitor and up, like on a desk shelf or somewhere. And my reaction is, you've got some type of electronic surveillance in your house. You need to have the house swept by, professionals who can possibly find these things.
It was the house swept?
That I don't know. I know she was scared that that's the part of those probably were looking for it. And I don't know if she ever found anything.
No, I haven't. I think they probably cleared it out, Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, man? Some of the weird things. I saw these files that were referring to, and they were severely redacted. And I actually showed her a way to unredact what you thought was and it's on the internet. It's an Adobe file. They're not redacted correctly. You can unredact them. So they found out a little bit more information, which led them to other.
What the fuck is wrong with this thing?
And then the thing that I don't get is that black box. Be a former U.S. Navy. You can't lose a black box unless it's directly hit by a missile or directly hit by a nuclear explosion. They can be destroyed on impact, but they have total devices. So some of the devices last anywhere from 7 to 14 days, depending on how long the battery is. So how could they lose a black box? That I don't get. And the other thing I don't get is why would they create a gun man? The only thing wrong with this right ankle was with him. Well, why? It doesn't make sense. And like I said, I'm still in the U.S. Navy. I'm a patriot. I trust in my government. But all of a sudden, I'm going, what the heck? This is it right? Right. You didn't even talk about the cell phone there, isn't the ringtone?
Yeah, I know. I didn't even get to that yet. Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, me and Child were laying in bed to watching that movie Pretty Woman with Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. Now our friends were plugged in for the night, and we're laying in bed watching that. And I said to Richard, I never lives went off.
Okay.
I said, I like to go to the war just to check it out, and say, it is, or whatever. But I had Toby on my phone as my ringtone. And the next day I'm at the store, and my husband, my phone rings, I look at it, it's Charlie, I go to answer it and hung up. And then it rings again, and Amy called back. He goes, I said, why'd you hang up? He goes, I don't know, operator came on your phone. I said, no, you probably dialed the wrong number. Call back, I'll let it go to voicemail and let me know. So he did, I let it go to voicemail and operator. They changed my ringtone to operator the next day. So, yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question. Did any of this information, the keystroke loggers or the viruses that you found on your computer, did any of that information play a role in that NSA lawsuit that you filed with Larry King?
It absolutely did, yeah. Yes, it did. And,
well, his attorneys were on their way down to D.C. where they called me, and I tried to explain what had happened, stuff like that. They actually sent me an affidavit via email, and I signed it. From what I understand, when they gave it to the judge, it made a turnkey decision in what they defined.
what? Oh, yeah. That was, let me tell you, Dave is unbelievable with computers. Now, when he opened our computer up the first time and seeing that virus, he was like, oh, yeah, Charlie, man, I left me a good challenge, you know, what you got in here isn't even out there yet, you know, and, well, and I remember when we went against the NSA, they came in with 7 attorneys, and, you know, they were trying to say that the metadata that they collected only phone numbers. There's no names or addresses attached to it. And it's still under such high security, it's like, you know, you just can't get to it. Nobody can. Well, I guess they think that people don't do their homework. And what they failed to say was that 13 employees that worked for the NSA had a suspicion that their spouses were cheating on them, and they hacked into the metadata to listen to the phone calls of their spouses.
So they can listen to people, regardless of what they say about nothing but countries and phone numbers being collected. They can listen to your phone numbers. They can read your emails. They can do all that stuff that quote-unquote conspiracy theorists have been accusing them of, can't they?
Yes.
They are still.
I can tell you as a network engineer, 100%, I can read other people's email if I choose to. But because of my profession, I don't, because to me that, you know, crossing the line.
Right.
Well, the government doesn't seem to have any lines that they won't cross. And I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have today, is they don't play by any rules anymore. I don't know that they ever did, but it's obvious now that the administration is lawless. They send the National Security Agency after reporters, even reporters that are relatively friendly to them. And it's just a real mess. So what have you done to improve your computer security since then?
And, you know, like most people were scared to death of quote-unquote Big Brother. But what people don't realize that there's strength in numbers. You know, we all the American citizens have to get together and fight back. That's the only way we're going to beat them. You know, like we have to fight back. Stop allowing them in your home without war, okay. They harass people. They try to freaking strong on you. You know, we can threaten. You know, just what? We're from Philly. You fight.
Well, what kind of threats have you received? And where do they come from?
And talk about that. I'll let my husband tell you about it.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Charles, Mary was just telling me that you guys have been receiving threats. What's that all about?
They don't like to be questioned. They told me don't ask me no more questions. They went to the other families and told them, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Strange, them checks to come at college tuition for your children, they might get lost. Bob, you can't get a bigger threat than that. You believe that? You will.
Mike, or Charles, what have they told you? What have they said to you? How have you been threatened?
They told me to stop asking questions.
And if you did, what?
On the phone, after start taking a picture of my wife while she's sitting in our living room. They followed us a few times. We came from an event up in New York, right? Back to Philly. We stepped in a rest stop. We're in there for a few minutes. What's the chances of two guys that were at the event all weekend stopping at the same rest stop, leaving the same day we're leaving? You know. And when I beat them, I said, hey, they go, oh, hey, how you doing? Yeah. Yeah, my son, I'm not the guy who posted his cell phone when he said. Michael won at the NSA down there at Fort Meade. They had me down there. His name's on the wall with Ahmed Alexander and all them guys, and very bittersweet. So we're in the parking lot, and the guy comes up to me. He says, Mr. Strange, every question, every time you're on your cell phone, you can be all the way down the street, Mr. Strange. I hear everything you say. Every text message you get, I get right here. And you can walk up to me, Mr. Strange, and I hit this button, and it all disappears. So if he's threatening me or warning me, you know, I played it off like, wow, that's amazing.
I think I would have wanted to know a little bit more about this guy. If somebody had come up to me on the street and said that he could read all my emails, I would have said, well, show me. And then if he had been able to show me, well, then you'd have to next show me a badge or show me his empty hands. That's illegal.
His name, he's military. He's an E9. I think he's an E9. Been in 20 years. Yeah.
So how well do you know this guy?
He was around a lot when August 6th and a couple of other things. Whenever we went anywhere, well, we got stopped getting invited to any of the functions. Michael just won the National Intelligence Medal of Valor. Only 19 ever been given out. And we weren't invited, me and my wife. And they mailed it to us. They mailed us the medals. And, yeah, we're not invited to anything no more because we asked questions. And now, what they didn't plan on is start off with me and my wife, and then we got the people from Florida involved. We sent them a letter on how to do a couple of certain things. My wife did. And now we're up to 24 parents, and I believe it's higher than that, because they sent in over like 1,000 questions to Congress. And they all called when they heard about Michael getting cremated. He didn't need to be cremated. But Dover will not release any more discs with the pictures of their son's bodies. I don't know where that is in the Constitution. I don't know if we have a Constitution anymore. It's a disgrace. It's scary too, you know what I mean? But they just control everything.
I agree. Now, you've been talking with a couple of representatives and senators. I remember you said that you were speaking with Jason Chavez and Darrell Issa. What is the status on this congressional inquiry? Is it going anywhere? What's next?
Well, it came out on Foreign Policy magazine twice. and the reporter's name was Dan Lamas, and he actually interviewed me twice or three times, and he actually just put it in December's issue. And he called, and Jason said, we're definitely going to have an investigation. I believe he was on one little small news media and said it's definitely, but they just called me and my wife last week, and they moved it back at least 3 weeks. No explanation. Benghazi, some other thing, 30 guys died, and what's more important than that? I mean, God bless those poor people from Benghazi. I thought from Mr. Woods, but I lost my son too, And we don't get, it's so big, it's bigger than Benghazi. They know it. It goes all the way to the top.
Well, in all fairness, Charles, I think Benghazi goes all the way to the top too. I think that's exactly how lawless our administration is. They don't care when they screw up or if they do something intentional and anybody finds out about it. Well, it's just, shush. And 4 of the 5 major media networks don't cover it at all. Fox might give it 30 seconds, and then you forget about it. Well, I'm not going to forget about it. I'm making a list. I am. I'm making a list. I've already put up one video. In fact, that's how Pete and I got to know each other, calling for the impeachment of Barack Hussein Obama. That listed his many crimes. It was a dramatic recitation of the Declaration of Independence. And I was pretty good. Click that link right there and watch it. But the many crimes of the Obama administration, they're just building up and building up and building up. And I'm getting I noticed that my internet is jacked. I'm breaking up badly.
Yeah, you're breaking up real bad.
We're going to go to a break, Mr. Strange. Stay right there. We'll get Bob Powell reset on his internet, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to The Truth is Viral with Bob Powell on the Guerrilla Media Network. Be right back. Welcome back to The Truth is Viral Live. My name is Bob Powell, and we have some technical difficulties. I guess the federal government does not like what we have to say. You know what? I got something to say to that. Right there, buddy. For those of you that are listening and not watching, I just flipped the NSA finger. So, yeah, these guys are going to have problems with me because I just won't shut up. It might be a failing of mine or maybe the attribute, I don't know. We'll figure it out. So we're talking tonight with Charles Strange, the father of Michael Strange, Navy SEAL murder in Pakistan, and part of SEAL Team 6. He was on a helicopter that went by the code name of Extortion 17, and it was an old helicopter. It was a CH-47 Chinook. That in itself was unusual. It went in unprepared into a battle zone. It went in without escort. It was shot down by probably the luckiest shot of an RPG that could ever possibly be made at the maximum effective range of that weapon. The black box is missing. The government said that everybody in the helicopter was burned beyond recognition yet. And Mr. Strange got photographs of his son. The only thing that was wrong with him was the messed up ankle. He was perfectly fine. But all of the men that were on Extortion 17 were cremated against their wishes. They were prayed over by a Muslim cleric who said that they were going to hell, even though none of them were Muslim, not a single one. And then when they got back to the United States, the bodies of these great men, their families were met by President Obama. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. And these cold bastards looked these families right in the face and lied. Just flat out lying. Just like the lie about the YouTube video causing the attack on the CIA outpost. And thank God that was a lie. But they kept that going for 2 weeks. They've kept this lie going for 2 years, 2.5 years. According to what Charles said earlier in our conversation, in 3 weeks, we might get the forward motion going on this. Jason Chapman, Darrell said, they promised that they're going to look into it. I really don't know how they're going to find time. We've got so many doggone scandals. But they have made that promise. And Truth is Final is going to hold them to that promise. Because the short time that I've known Charles Strange, the reading that I've done and everything that I've done on his, to research him, I found a man that is a great American. The father of a great American. And he's got this website that I would like you to write down and visit if you get a chance. It's called the Michael Strange Foundation. It's at michaelstrangefoundation.org. Now you're looking at the website right here. It says Voices for Silent Heroes. So I would like for you to go to that webpage, check it out, find out all that you can about Extortion 17, because it is one of the least reported yet most serious scandals of this administration. So before the NSA or some other three-letter agency decided to mess with our video stream and audio stream, we were talking to Michael Strange, or we were talking to Charles Strange, and David, his IT guy, about the viruses that they had found on the computer, the threats that the families had been receiving. And I believe I was, when things started going bad, I was asking Charles about this E9, somebody that had. Charles, how would you describe it? Would you say that he was your shadow after your son came back from Afghanistan? Was he somebody that was assigned to you?
Yeah, him and about 3 other guys. And, before we got the paperwork in October, I was still, asking questions. Like in Dover, August 18th, 2011, when the bodies were coming in, Barack Hussein Obama came up to me, put his hands on my shoulders, and he looked me in the eye and he said, "Michael changed the way America lived." And I grabbed the president by his shoulders and I said, "I don't need to know about my son. I need to know what happened." And I was shaking him like a bobblehead. The Secret Service guys grabbed me. And I'm crying and snot's coming out of my nose, and he stayed there. And I'm wiping my face, and he comes up to give me a hug. And I whispered in his ears, "They're going to be a congressional inquiry." And I could feel his lips touching my ear. He said, "Mr. Strange, we're going to look into this very, very, very deep." And he never got back to me. 15 minutes later, Leon the Snake Panetta comes up, puts his hand out. He says, "Mr. Strange, I'm going to ask the same question." I said, "You're going to ask the same questions? The Secretary of Defense, do something, blah, 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 blah." And that's when the Secret Service guy took me outside, got a glass of water, smoked a cigarette. So they knew that was it. Now, when October 11th, before we went to that meeting, we were in a hotel with some of the family members. My wife left at the front desk. Anybody from Extortion 17 want to meet Mr. and Mrs. Strange in the lobby at 7 p.m. And about 9 families came down, and I got them all together, And I moved back, we talked, they cried, and the next day they took us over to General Colt's horse and pony show about what happened. And when I walked in, me and my wife, they came up to us while we were walking in. That was very nice. She got everybody together last night, Mr. Strange. They knew. They knew the night before we got everybody together at the hotel. So, and that, you know, they were, when a bus would come, they took us up to Manhattan. The bus would come and pick the families up. And me and my wife, they said, oh, Mr. Strange, we got a corner for you. They didn't want us talking to the other parent. They wanted to separate us.
Well, you're not the only parents that are speaking out about this, are you? There are others, right?
Oh, now there is. Yeah, this was in the beginning. Yeah, this is probably leading the charge on this, and that's I'm giving props for that because it's not taking it lying down. Hey, Dave, you're welcome.
Okay.
I was looking at 2 years ago. If you would have asked me 2 years ago that this happened, I would have just waited crazy. After all I have seen in the last 2 years of this, I'm like, really? No, really? It's insane.
You know, David, I think that you and I are in the same boat because I served in the Marine Corps in the 80s. I never did see combat, but I learned about honor in the Marine. I learned about telling the truth. I learned about doing the right thing. When you got a job to do, you get it done.
Yes.
Now,
you know what? Follow your orders.
As long as they're constitutional and lawful. There's nothing lawful about intimidating American citizens. There's nothing lawful about lying to them. Unless something's classified, but they haven't made any statements that anything's been classified, have they? Have they said that they can't tell you something because that information is classified? Charles, are you there?
Justified. It's not like it's a frivolous lawsuit. I mean, you're justified in doing what you're doing, in going after the NSA as you are. Bob Powell, you back?
I am. As soon as I started talking about classified information, I got kicked off again. Okay, let's see if I can get it out this time. Charles Strange, was there any time during any of the questions that you asked the government that they told you that they could not tell you something because that information was classified? That's Charles Strange, father of Michael Strange, one of 23 Navy SEALs on board Extortion 717. By the United States So I'm keeping an eye on this story that will go on, and especially these congressional hearings in the next few weeks, and I will keep you up to date on this horrific story. Don't forget to like the Truth is Viral on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the blog at bobbpowell.blogspot.com, and share the heck out of my shows. Not just this one, but all of the shows that you can find. Just go back in time. Make sure, pretend like you're on a little time machine, because a lot of my shows are still findable today. A lot of good information. Interviews with Chuck Missler, CIA spy Reza Khalili. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Just go down the blog and share away. Put it on Google Plus, put it on Facebook, put it in your Facebook groups as well as on your timeline. Put it on Twitter, put it on LinkedIn, put it on Reddit, MySpace. There's an entire plethora of options available to you once you click the share button below this video. Thank you for watching. My name is Bob Powell. And as always, God bless and goodbye.
And do-rah. Well, I just got back just in the nick of time. I literally just walked in the door. Yeah, I was thinking about what we could do to make this a little bit more exciting. We need to get back to the Bundy thing, because that is some important information. Now, we had a little technical glitch in the first hour. The first video that I played had no sound in it. I couldn't figure out why that was. But we'll figure that out and make this all better. Let's see. We currently have 30 people watching it. 40 thumbs up, 7 thumbs down. 7 people need to get a life. Sheena Living Waters says, are you live streaming from your room today, or are you at the Bundy Ranch? Live coverage of your room. Actually, this is not my room. This is my kitchen. And I'm just trying to do 1,000 things at once. That's just the way it is. If you guys will give me just a minute, I want to look up the phone number for the Bureau of Land Management out there. And we're going to give those guys a phone call, see what they've got to say. I've got some questions for them. Okie dokie. Northeast Clark, this is a headline on their page. Let me show this to you. This is funny. A headline at the Bureau of Land Management page. In the spotlight. Northeast Clark County cattle trespass in southern Nevada. Okay, and so now it's the cattle that are trespassing. Okay, let's find a phone number for these scumbags. All right, here we go. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to close out this stream, and I'm going to start the next stream in just a couple of minutes with this phone call to the Bureau of Land Management. We're in Nevada. We are going to get some answers to some questions. I just want that phone call to be at the very first part of the next video. So please don't go anywhere. Get up and get some popcorn or whatever, because this is going to be a long night, folks. I have had 3 donations so far. From Kathy and from Joanne and Joni. I have $150 towards my goal of $1,000 to get my scrawny little butt out to Nevada so that I can stand in between the Bundys and the feds and stream it to you live while we're doing that. So just give me one more second here. We'll stop this stream, and don't forget, it's going to start right back up, so don't go anywhere.